Okay, Robert, can you hear us? Well, hopefully he can. He's muted. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our work session. Appreciate all those who are in attendance. We will begin with our Open Meeting Act training.
All right, and I don't know if we can change the order here. My thought was that the open meetings, I can kind of just do that with whatever time is left
Okay.
from the other. So if we start with the other, and then I have 30 minutes, then I'll cover more. Or if I have 20 minutes, I'll cover less. Does that
Okay.
work?
Yeah, that's great. So let's go through
You mean
commission
you're not-
meeting rules and procedures.
You're not going to give us just the video?
Well, there's like a 7-minute video that I was thinking
That
we
would be
could
the
watch
easiest.
that.
We've all watched it already this year.
Yeah, maybe everyone's already watched it, but we could watch that and then follow up with things that I think maybe are more relevant or the changes or different things that we can talk about as well.
Okay. Then let's go to
This
our
one.
commission meeting rules and procedures. This packet is so big, it's hard to find stuff. Yes, it is right at the beginning. Yeah,
Hey, I'm glad to hear that.
576 pages.
May I make a request?
Sure.
In the future, if we have that big of packets, cut it in half or something, because I can't read that much in less than 2 days. And do the research too.
That would be. How about I get a whole day work session,
That sounds good.
and then I don't have to put stuff in consent agenda.
Knock a lot of stuff out.
That sounds great.
But yes, I will endeavor to keep the packet under 400? 3?
Keep it under 200 would be great.
Okay, that's getting aggressive.
All right, we are starting on page 23 of the packet. And talking about the rules and procedures. This is the most recent update with the changes made that we had already requested, right?
Yeah. So this is the one that we did in January of 2021, when Robert was still the chair.
All right. And my screen, I don't know if Jeremy or someone can help with my screen. I can share it and I can look over here too.
I can share you if you want.
So I think that as we go through, we'll be able to see the different. All right, there we go. It's just I can't. I mean, I can look across too and see. But this screen isn't. This is the one that's not on. All right, Kate, I'm not seeing the highlights of the changes or the discussion ones. Okay. All right, well, that being said, I guess let's just go through if there's any comments. I'm going to try and find the file where I made my notes. But we can start commenting as we go through.
So my first comment was on, I guess it's page 25 of the packet, page 3 of the
Rule 3.
of the section. Under Rule 3,
Yeah.
it talks about regular commission meetings and says that they'll start at 6 p.m., which we've done 5 p.m. And then talks about work sessions. I think we update that time as well to 4.
Or why not just leave it open? Does it have to be in there?
Yeah, I don't know if we're required to have a time or not, are we?
We're not required to. And I think that was the idea behind going through this, is saying which things do we want to keep in there. These are our rules that we just
Not
adopt.
required to have a time, I'd remove it. I mean, we post the time on every agenda.
Right.
And it does occasionally change.
Yeah, because we've had one work meeting that was at 3:30. And also we're in that same one where it says Morgan County Courthouse. Isn't this a Morgan County building commission room?
It's both,
But
'Cause
the
the courthouse
is
is-
down there.
right? But
Part
we
of the same building.
but we
But
share.
it's not the courthouse, it's the county building. Even out front, it says county. It actually says the Morgan County and City Building.
Well, if you go by that, the sign outside calls it a memorial, not a building.
That's right.
I'm not sure what that means. I don't know what we're.
So, anyway, that's
memori-
just my thought. You've got both that 2 and 3 that need to be. That's true. That's the way we were all raised.
So I think any of those, and maybe for this meeting, we can talk about what you would like to see changed as far as the substantive things, and then those that are more procedural or aesthetic, send those changes to me and we can incorporate it. I don't know that we'll be able to, put this on the action item if we've got those aesthetics things, or we can just say as updated. But I think it would be best if we could put the final version on the agenda and then approve it at that point. But I'll just say here that we can remove the times.
And in this, it also, on number 6 of that same section, Rule 3, Section 6, it says that strategy, a closed meeting can be done for strategy sessions to discuss collective bargaining. I thought that was not, we could not do that.
That's part of the Open Meetings Act. You can for collective bargaining. That's one of the reasons for closing a meeting.
Okay.
But which one are you at?
I'm on 6A2. So I would verify that that is the case, that we can, because I thought there were only 3 reasons.
Okay, 6A2. Nope, that is allowed.
Okay, 4 reasons now.
Well, there's more than that,
Yeah.
but there's usually 3 reasons that are common to our body, but there's a lot more reasons under the Open Meetings Act for closing a meeting. But what I can do, what I can do is incorporate the updated open meetings law into all these sections.
Yeah.
And
Because
maybe
the-
that's the best way to go, just so that now we've updated it. Or we could also incorporate by reference and just cite, the latest adopted open meetings law will become part of our regulations. But I think this came up because we're supposed to review and approve this every year. Is that right?
Not just review it, there were some changes this year that we had to comply to.
Right.
And we have been doing things wrong. I mean, not wrong, but we have been doing it that way, and now we cannot do that, and that is to ratify something after an action has been taken by email. So we cannot do an email vote. It has to be done in public meeting, open public meeting from the last legislation that happened this year.
Right.
Okay, so there was a lot of changes in that, and I think we need to make sure that we're doing it correctly, because I sure don't want to be in trouble.
Right. Well, and I think we can incorporate that into our annual. or to this rule and regulation that we're going to follow as well. And the idea behind the email thing, as they were talking about it, and especially in counties where there's only 3 commissioners, you know, a conversation with anyone is a quorum and chance social gathering. They were just having issues with that, and so they said, we want all of your deliberations to be open in public. That's the purpose of the Open Meetings Act, is so that everyone is aware of those discussions, and that, you know, that sometimes I'll get a question of whether can we go into closed session for this or that, and I'll say no, because it doesn't fall in one of these exceptions. So we can't do that, and the reason is, you know, maybe we would like to, there are certain reasons that we can go into closed session, and especially if it is, you know, physical, mental health of an individual, character, professional competence, there's sensitive things that we would discuss, but not everything is sensitive. We can't expand the sensitivity net to say, okay, let's talk about this too, because we do want things to be, we do want to have things done in the public. That's the whole purpose of the Open Meetings Act. So,
I don't have any comments on that. Under section 7E,
okay,
speaking about public hearings, under E it says public meeting. The chair will declare, after individuals who desire to speak have spoken, the chair will declare the public meeting closed. We just need to change that to public hearing.
okay.
And I guess reading this, we don't need a vote to close the public hearing. We can just declare it as part of the agenda, so that's interesting. Okay. And I don't know if we ought to consider this, but we often, when we have public comment that's a lot, we try to limit, you know, times to 3 or 4 minutes. I don't know if we need to indicate that in here, that, you know, in some situations, public will be asked to limit their comments to X number of minutes or something of that nature. I don't know exactly how that might read.
I think it might be in here, but I'll just add a comment here that we can add a time limit for those comments.
Perfect.
Were there any other suggested changes?
It does note here that under Rule 4, number 5, voting shall take place by roll call vote for any ordinance or resolution of the county. We've been doing a lot of resolutions because we kind of changed our process in an effort to be able to track our decisions a little better. I don't know if we need to change this to exclude that, or if we need to start doing roll call votes in every scenario. I would prefer to not, just because, or not do the roll call every single time, because I think that's time consuming. So I don't know if that's a change we can easily make or not.
So I remember when I first got here, I believe Tina Kelly had mentioned that we had to do roll call votes for certain things. And in reviewing the Open Meetings Act, I said, oh, you know, we don't have to, we just have to indicate in our minutes what everyone's vote was. And if there's a question, I think we can ask that. But then a couple months ago when we were putting this on to review, I started reading the rules. I'm like, oh, shoot, we have to do these certain things. And so I think that that is up to the commission on how you would like to see that done. I think it makes more sense to take a voice vote. In Robert's rules, they say, you know, I call for a division of the House, and that's when you do the roll call and you can see how everyone voted. If it's unanimous or easy to determine who voted for what, I don't think it matters, but there may be times where maybe it's something that the public is passionate about and they want everyone to give their vote in a roll call manner. I don't see why it couldn't be at the request of any member of the commission to do that.
So that indicates then that on number 5, then we're gonna need to, because that's for any ordinance or resolution, which means in consent agenda, what's gonna have to be, we're gonna have to each one of us say it, or else we annotate it through Katie.
Well, I think that, so the recommendation would be to remove the requirement for a roll call vote unless,
Unless it's stable.
yeah.
Okay.
Which is similar to the wording we have for consent agenda. Anyone can pull out any item of consent agenda. It doesn't need a vote. It's just any member can pull out an item of consent agenda and actually automatically goes to action. We word it the same way. Any member can pull out or request audible roll call vote.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And then on the anchor location is here, and we say that at least within this, and I'm not exactly sure where it was at again, but it said that if they are here electronically, they are within the commission chambers. But then later on it says, if I can get to it. Anyway, I can't find it right now.
So Garrett, when a commission member abstains from voting as a common courtesy, he has to give an explanation, he or she has to give an explanation?
That's what it says in here.
That was the old version.
That's
I know
this-
the new version.
No, it
I
actually is in
mean,
here too.
that's what we're discussing is should we continue to have this rule? Do you want it changed? I mean, these are the rules that govern us that go in more detail than the Open Meetings Act.
And would you include abstaining with a no response? Right, I know a few of us, we have discussion, but there's been times where maybe even every one of us just said no, but not had a reason behind it. Is that similar to abstaining without a reason? Like, I don't know.
Well, under the abstaining, it says that it's not a yes or a no. That's what it says in here.
Did what?
It's not a yes or a no, but it did give us the option to do a personal point of privilege or something like that, or point of
I
personal
think Jared's
privilege.
talking about if we say no, do we need to give a,
No.
A reason or explanation behind it?
So I wouldn't, I guess the legal recommendation would be if you're giving a no to, well, it's tough. I think we've discussed this with Robert a little bit, and I've, had some different trainings with other county attorneys, and they say like on a legislative action, you don't really have to give an explanation, and sometimes when you give an explanation, depending on what that explanation is, then it opens you up to liability. Because a legislative item can be approved or denied for any reason. Because it's really up to,
I think number 7 covers that. It just says, at the conclusion of the vote on a matter, a commission member may state a point of personal privilege and give an explanation of his or her vote. So if you choose to, I guess you can. And it doesn't say whether it's a yes or no vote, it's just a vote.
but I think the question was on 9 to, like, if there's an abstention, I guess even here it says should state a point of privilege, so it's
Obligated
it's
to.
recommended, but it's not mandatory.
I don't know, there's been a handful of times over the years that one of us have said yes or no, and one of the other ones have said, well, why?
Yeah.
So I guess if we're gonna say we don't need a reasoning or explanation, then we probably shouldn't pressure each other. True,
Right.
it's in our explanation.
Agree.
Yeah,
Agree.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. And maybe, and so I see what you're saying is, okay, if we keep that in there, then we should stop asking each other why,
Yeah.
right? As a common courtesy or,
Now,
or
now
just
I'll,
as a.
now I'll flip it a little bit. I completely disagree with that method, though.
Right.
Right.
I don't think we ought to pressure each other into what we're doing, but from a personal standpoint, if you're gonna say no or yes, have your reasonings behind it, for heck's sakes. Don't sit up here and just say yes or no and have no reasoning. I don't know. So that's kind of hard too, because I think that's what our job is.
Right. And I do think too, and maybe, I know Robert was muted, but if he can weigh in, I think what I'm remembering back to is he may have said something like it's helpful for, like when he's on the developer side of things, for them to give an explanation, because then they can say, oh, okay, that's what we missed. And it's almost guidance for the future. Like, yeah, we're not going to pass this text amendment. We're going to deny it. And this is
Is
why.
able to hear me now?
Okay.
Yeah, we
yes.
can hear you.
Yeah, so I think that with respect to, I think it's a matter of courtesy to the applicants that when I make a decision that's adverse to their position or deny their application, to give them an explanation. And in a legislative context, I don't really believe that's going to subject us to further liability unless the reason I'm giving is itself illegal. So I'm not too concerned about that. And when it comes to abstentions, I think more often than not, an abstention is because you have a conflict. So if you have a conflict, you should have declared it previously anyway. So that's my perspective on those. I don't know that these rules need to change with respect to that, but that's just my perspective on. I feel more inclined to give explanations when I'm denying an application than when I'm approving one.
Well said. I agree.
Yeah.
I think I'd leave everything the way
Yeah.
it is. I don't know that a change is necessary.
I would leave it in there.
Can we go down to 17 regarding electronic participation in a closed meeting? We have recently suspended the rules on a couple of scenarios in order to do this. I don't know if we ought to write in some, I guess, ground rules for handling that, so that we don't necessarily have to just suspend the rules, but we can follow that. Like, could we put something that talks about being in a secure location, you know, alone in a secure location, if you're going to participate remotely?
I have a question on number 12 too. I've asked if I could participate when I couldn't be here by way of email. And it says, to me, that says I could, but I've been told no, I can't.
That's because up above it says that we have to notify the public that you will be absent. And that's the reason. I don't know if that's state code or not.
I guess the question is, electronic communication, is that email, or is that referring to like a voice, right? Is that what you're saying?
They'll just be in
Yeah.
there.
Well, and I would add, maybe, I'm not sure about that state code, if there is one, because
Yes,
things
that's
come
what I
up.
don't know.
Things come up, and
Yeah, you can't be there, but you can be there by phone or by
If
electronically.
you've read your packet and you know how you'd like to vote on certain things, I don't understand why you couldn't, but
Well, and that's what we need to know is maybe beforehand is know that you cannot be there. I mean, if you by chance know 5 minutes into it and you're not going to be there, maybe what we can do is then allow us to suspend the rules at the beginning of the meeting.
so
which-
we're saying that we just need to tell Katie,
Chair,
we won't be
Katie.
here next week, but I would like to participate electronically.
Yeah. Mhm.
And then that's noticed in the agenda itself.
But he's talking about voting by email prior to the meeting.
I think the problem with voting by email prior to the meeting is there's information that's presented that may change the vote.
Right.
I mean, and let's go back up to that one, but as far as 17, is everyone on board with what Chair Newton said?
Sure.
Is that if we add some requirements that if you are to participate remotely, then basically you are, secure location, alone.
Yeah, instead of saying it's prohibited.
Right, but this would be the exception, like it's generally prohibited unless X, Y, Z, right? Okay. And then, did we say back up to
Generally
12?
discouraged or something. It was 12, right? Matt? Yeah, electronic communication.
Yeah, there it is. Considered within the commission chambers for purposes of voting. So that is electronic, and according to this, it is valid to vote.
Right. Okay, so the question is, does electronic communication include email? Is
Well,
that
that-
your question? So,
I was gonna say, before you say it, in that legislation this year, they purposely said to us in our legislative meetings that we cannot go and approve anything by email, and it has to come before an open public meeting.
But approval is by quorum.
Yeah.
So I see it both ways.
I think what Commissioner Wilson is saying is, the commission hasn't approved anything by email, but if I'm sending my thoughts on these different
Right.
things, and I think that
Sending thoughts is easy, is good, and it helps us, because I've asked Mike many times to give me and Matt, everybody, to give us information that they may have, so that it helps us. We don't have to prolong the meeting forever here,
right.
and it just
I'm
gives
talking
us
about
insight.
The question's
a
more
highly
vote.
controversial subject that's going to be a close vote, and I know I'm not going to be here, and I want to vote on the thing. We had that situation once, and so I had written down each one of my lines how I would vote, and I was told I can't do that. So
No, you can actually do that, how you would vote. Oh, no, you can't.
Well,
No,
But,
Yeah,
because
but,
it's
but
not
then
a
it's
vote.
not open to the.
It's not
oh,
a vote, it's just that's the way you feel that you would do.
Katie couldn't say, and Commissioner Wilson votes this way
No,
based on his email today.
if you're not there, I don't know. It's a good question.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
So my perspective is that with respect to voting, somebody should be present either at the meeting or participating electronically for the reason that was stated earlier. The discussion at the meeting helps inform opinions, even change opinions that were held when you walked into the room and differently. So I don't think we should allow voting by email. If you were listening and could vote by email in real time, then maybe, but I would leave it to just voice votes at the meeting.
I
And
can see that.
And I do think if we go back to the idea of the Open Meetings Act is that the whole reason for the Open Meetings Act is that all decisions and deliberations are held in public. And so if that occurs at the open meeting, of course you have GRAMA, so we could GRAMA request, different things, different emails, so it's still open to the public in a way, but it's not just generally open where you can pull up the video and watch it immediately or in real time. Plus, I think that, maybe think of a time that maybe your mind has changed based on what was shared in a meeting, and that may change the outcome of an ordinance or a resolution. If it's, 4-4, and then we look at an email that may not have all the information, I think it is more difficult to rely on that. And so I think here, under 12, we would say, commission members attending a meeting by way of electronic communication. Maybe we just say members attending a meeting concurrently, like, at the time of the meeting would be, maybe clarify that question.
That being said, though, I do like, if you're unable to attend at all, to have at least your thoughts. Whether it's a vote or not, at least it's some thought.
You may have a, yeah.
Because you may have
An
information
insight
that the rest of us don't, or
yeah.
a thought that the rest of us don't. So.
And then.
And if it's a particularly important issue, you could request that it be postponed
Yeah,
so
that's
that you
true.
can be there for the meeting. I mean, if there's something that important, I wouldn't hesitate to ask the chair to postpone to remove it from the agenda. So,
I think that's
It's a good idea.
as a courtesy we should extend to everybody if they have circumstances that would prevent them from being present. Like that. Okay.
But the thoughts themselves, I think that was maybe a question of, well, if I have something to share, we could put in something that says that, the chair will read into the minutes or will read to the body. If those thoughts are sent to the chair or something like that, then, okay, well, Commissioner Wilson's not here, but these are thoughts that he wanted to be read into the record on an important issue. Maybe do you want me to add something like that, or just
Yeah,
leave
I
that
mean,
up
maybe-
to the discretion of the chair?
That any member may, submit their comments to, if they're unable to attend, may submit their comments to be read into the public record.
It's good and fair. Of course, I'd like all of us to be here. Can be.
And I do think everybody tries to be here when they can be.
Yeah, we do. I mean, I've been at
We
meetings.
don't have any commission members that purposely don't show up, so.
It's true, we don't.
Okay. All right. Anything else specifically?
The minutes section all makes sense to me. I don't have anything there.
Which one?
The order of the agenda, does anybody have any thoughts on that? Any concerns or changes you'd like to make to the agenda?
I think we need to make sure and put in there about if we want to move it to the consent, from the consent agenda. It's not in this format that we've got here. It was in the past one, where we can take it from the consent agenda and put it into the first item of the action items. Because it's not in here. It was in the old one.
The hope
I
would
think
be
it does
that-
have it here under 2C. It says, usually all items on the consent agenda shall be adopted by a single motion, second, and vote. However, prior to the motion to adopt the consent agenda, a commission member may request to have an item removed.
Where are you at? Because it's not on my, is that Rule 5?
It looks like 7-2C.
7.
I think it's great to have that ability, but you have consent items in your packet a week ahead of time and discussed a lot. I don't know. I don't know if I think it'd be a great idea either to get in the habit of moving items around in the meeting.
So
Yeah, I
you
think
don't want that?
if there was,
No, I wouldn't want to see us get in the habit of that.
Yeah, but if it's something that I find or you find,
What I said was, I hope we don't get in the habit of that. That's all.
well, that may be the case, but there's always going to be a disagreement on, maybe we should be discussing that out of the consent agenda items. Like there's a few tonight that I've got that I think we need to put into action items.
Agree. I think conversations with Kate ahead of time where she
But we don't
creates-
know it ahead of time to where she prints it and publishes it.
The draft
So,
agenda?
the draft agenda changes from Wednesday or Thursday to Friday night, and then the packet comes out on Sunday, and it's sometimes totally different.
Or maybe what
Or maybe
Commissioner
we don't
Fackrell's
look at
saying
it
is
until
there's
Sunday night.
there's more documentation behind the agenda item that's provided in the packet, and maybe that's what causes a reason to remove it. It still takes priority though in the active agenda, because it does say if it's moved to the active agenda for further discussion, then that gets addressed first.
Right.
And it might be a simple clarification, or it might be something to say, hey, we postpone this to another time.
And maybe there is a better process, I guess, in other counties and cities that I've attended, it's much smoother when the consent item, it's items that are consent items, where you can just, take one vote on all of them. I would
Right.
rarely see them say, okay, we're gonna move this and this and this and this to the action item. It's like, well, why didn't you have them in the action item then in the first place? And maybe that's what you're saying, Commissioner Fackrell, is knowing a little bit ahead of time. And and maybe I'm off, but Kate, I think you send that initial one a couple days earlier and then say, do you have any comments on it?
It has been late the last couple weeks. I do send a draft agenda and request comment, and then Mike approves the final after he reads all the comments, and then that's what's posted to the website on Thursday. But yeah, my packets have been very late, and I apologize for that.
Well, and I will say we've had a little bit of an issue with agenda items being added late. We have requests for items added a little later than we used to.
Yeah.
The original, and I don't think it discusses it in here, maybe we need to, what we had originally decided was that all agenda items needed to be submitted by noon on Tuesday, so that the agenda could be ready by Wednesday midday and posted.
Correct, but I was told that commissioners have until Thursday.
Well, no, it wasn't supposed to be that way. It was supposed to be you had to submit your agenda item by Tuesday at noon, and your documentation for that item by Thursday at noon. And if you didn't submit any documentation for that item, it was coming off the agenda
Yeah.
on Thursday. Does that make sense?
So
County
then it's still-
commissioners
So,
are also beholden to the Tuesday
I
noon
think
rule?
we need to do that. If we're gonna have the packet out on time, we're gonna have
I
to hold
agree.
ourselves to that. And that may mean that some things get delayed a little bit. Now, that being said, we may have an urgent item, and anytime we have that, we've worked around those, and I think that's fine. But if it's not an absolute urgent item, let's have it in by Tuesday at noon. Your agenda item at least, even if you don't have the backup materials. That
Mhm.
gives you 2 more days to get the backup materials. But again, if you don't have any backup by Thursday at noon, I think it comes off the agenda and we post it and we get the packet out Thursday afternoon.
I will say this week was a mess. Last week was a mess as
Well,
far as
Kate,
people adding
we've
and
got
subtracting.
We've got you doing double duty
No, I
right
mean,
I was
now.
gonna
as far
say,
as people
Kate-
adding and subtracting, the other reason that it's late, that's on me and prioritization. That has not on any of my department heads or any of the county commission, that the packet being late the last 2 times is on me.
Yeah, I'm just saying she's done a great job, and she has been working hundreds of hours. And it's unfortunate that things had to change, or did change this week and in the weeks past, that have affected her being able to get it done. There's a lot of things that happen. I'm just stating that, it would be nice if she didn't have to do those changes.
I appreciate
yeah,
that,
and I
but the
think
buck
in a-
stops here, and
Yeah.
it's my crow to eat, and I apologize.
Actually, it stops
Well,
with
that's,
us.
you're great, and I think in an effort to help that situation, we need to be.
You what? You want to what? I did
So-
not hear that.
And I think that isn't necessarily a policy that would go into this one, but I think just as a general rule to say, okay, this is what it's going to be. Maybe it requires a policy, but I don't know that it would be commission rules of order and procedure, because it does apply not just to the commission
Right.
as well.
All right, that's to the public,
I don't
too.
necessarily like locking us into that 100% if we don't have to, because there are situations that pop up where we've got to, because even if we wrote that in, we'd have to write an exception, If something pops up on Friday
right.
that absolutely needs to be taken care of and can't wait 2 weeks till the next meeting, let's add it to the agenda and get it done.
Yeah.
But
'Cause
otherwise.
technically you can add until 5 o'clock on Monday.
Yeah, you're
It's
right.
24 hours.
You just
And
don't make it
then-
500 pages
But-
at that time.
But the intent is to have the packet out early enough.
Right.
And to give time to review, and you can't do that when you're continually adding until, Friday night. So hopefully, in an effort to help that, Kate, I think let's try to stick really hard to that rule. And
Rule
if it- if it's-
17 actually addresses that.
Is it
so you
already
might
there?
wanna- Yeah, not the Tuesday, but the Thursday at noon it does.
17 of which?
Page 19, it's just before the signature, it's the last of the rules.
Oh,
Page
okay.
41 of the packet.
All right.
I will endeavor to stay in the parameters.
Like it. Okay. Perfect. I think we're good. Just a time check here. It's 4:45. Do we want to move to public?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other.
And it's kind of been overlapping. We've been talking a little bit about Open Meetings Act. All right, let me see.
Can we stop you from doing it?
I was about to say, you do that anyway.
Does it say you can't in there somewhere?
I think there is a restriction on that.
And then another thought, Garrett, on Rule 10, the conflict of interest.
Yes.
I know on our Weber Basin board, there was there was a more in-depth requirement of what we needed to note, and then I think they posted it on their website. So I don't know if new legislation this past go-around has added on to what the existing code is. So I think we might need to make sure we're being clear on that.
Okay, and I can update that. Even here, we don't even have a code provision. We have a reference to Utah Code annotated, but no number. And so I can incorporate that in. And just as a clarification on an earlier comment, do we want to incorporate by reference? I almost think it's better to not, because then it's right in our procedures and then we can just look at one document, but I'll do whatever you think.
I agree. I'd rather have the verbiage there than
Okay.
have to go search it up somewhere.
And if we update this every year, then that just every year will incorporate any changes to the verbiage.
There was one statement in here about this work session does not have to be up here, it can be down there. I think we need to change that to where it could be all inclusive.
Either or.
Either or.
Okay. I will just make a note here because I'm not sure where that is.
I don't remember where it is either.
Work sessions can be either, I'll just say formal
Yeah.
or informal, basically. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Has everyone watched the video? It's like a 7 or 8 minute video on open meetings. Okay. I think what I'll do then.
Just a reminder that you have to do that training I sent you the link to annually, and I've
Alright.
only gotten Jared's certificate.
You want us to do it
If you
on
send
the
your
online
certificate
one?
directly to Leslie,
I
that's
have a
great.
question
Can
on
you,
it.
can you say that one more time?
Jared's the only one that
Um,
gave me his
I
certificate.
will tell you why I didn't, is because it would not click.
Ha!
So I have no clue why it will not click. I just figured I'd try it on a different computer when I was not trying to go through 568 pages.
Well, Jared's the only one.
I don't know
that
where
turned in
he
his
had time.
Hey, to be fair, I had to do it for Weber Basin 3 months ago. Just forwarded the PDF.
Okay.
That was quick.
That was
Okay.
good.
So, I think we've talked about this already, but it's the intent of the legislature that these public bodies take their actions openly, conduct their deliberations openly. I know it's a little bit different because a quorum too is not a quorum, but there are provisions later on that says, even discussing with each other about how you're going to vote or what that vote is, you want to reserve that for the open meeting. Even though it's not a technical violation of a quorum with only 2, you still want to reserve that for the public meeting. Let's see. Okay, so the meeting, they've changed this a lot. The last code, it said meeting is not XYZ, and they had 2 paragraphs on that. So this is a gathering of a public body, which you are. Quorum present, that's at least 3. It's convened by an individual with authority. So that's any of these meetings are considered public meetings. Any of our noticed meetings, for work sessions, commission meetings, budget hearings, and so forth. We are a public body. Okay, quorum. This is just a reminder, relevant matter. No, it's like, yeah, stay on topic. Okay, so once a year we have to, so this is up to the presiding officer of the public body or the chair. We make sure that we go through an annual training, and we're doing part of that now. Part of that will be through what Kate sent out. Okay, so it's all, any public meeting is open to the public unless it's closed under later provisions of the chapter. We we do post everything that we need for the notice. This is more for those listening. There is a Utah Public Notice website. If you go there and you click on the Morgan County Commission or the Planning Commission or any other public body within Morgan County, you can get automatic notifications. In addition to that, the county will post on our website, post around the building to just provide as much notice as possible. Okay. And then it does say that they're encouraged to develop and use additional electronic means to provide notice of their meetings. So,
Garrett,
yes.
so just for the public's benefit, you're going to have to sign up for that public website. And so make sure that you sign up for that online public notices. And once you get that, every time one comes through that's a new one, 24 hours in advance, you'll get that notice that it came through.
Right, or if there's an update to the agenda or documents added, you'll get all of those notices. Okay, it does talk about we have to have the name of each person who is not a member of the public body, and after being recognized by the presiding member, provided testimony or comments. And so that's why they always, Mike will say, hey, state your name, where you're from. And then it does say the substance in brief of the testimony or comments provided, and any information that is a record of the proceedings of the meeting that any member requests be entered in the minutes or recording. And I think that's where Commissioner Wilson's comment about, well, if I send something that I want to be entered into the record, if I send that email, even though I'm not going to be here, then that should be entered as well. It does say that if someone comes to an open meeting and presents or provides electronic information relating to an item on the public body's meeting agenda, they need to provide the public body at the time of the meeting an electronic or hard copy of the electronic information to be included in the public record. I think overall we've been pretty good at that, but sometimes people will come and bring us handouts, and we just want to make sure that gets to Katie to be included in the minutes. We have to make the minutes. Oh, so this one, actually we are, no, here we are. Okay, so we have to, there's a time limit on providing minutes. I think we're doing pretty good on that though. Okay, closed meeting. So Commissioner Fackrell, you were asking why can a meeting be closed? And so this is the language I'll incorporate. It's 52-4-205 here at the bottom of the screen. So it says, except as provided in subsection 3, discussion of the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, strategy sessions to discuss collective bargaining. So I think that's the one that you're saying that doesn't look familiar. It's been there, we just don't do that often. It's not a go-to for this body. Pending or reasonably imminent litigation, and then it talks about purchase, exchange, or disposition of real property. And then it has a bunch, it lists a lot of different things, but it'll relate to specific bodies, which don't really apply to our commission. All right, so the record of the closed
Garrett,
meetings.
Going back to
Yes.
that, I noticed something that I hadn't seen before. It says that we can do a closed session to discuss strategy regarding a development agreement. Is that new? Or have I just not noticed?
And where is that one at?
Go back up
I think it,
this page, right there, the very bottom.
yeah,
D.
or to discuss a proposed development agreement. I think that's new, but I don't know off the top of my head. I can compare. Well, actually, let me go to 2023. No, it does say we're discussing proposed development agreement, project proposal, or financing. So that is, as of 2023, it was also allowed.
One thing about that, though, if we do it, we still can't vote in that closed session.
That's right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no votes can be taken in a closed meeting. Well, in here, under 3, it says a public body may not interview a person applying to fill an elected position, discuss filling a midterm vacancy, discuss character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of the person whose name was submitted for consideration to fill a midterm vacancy, which I think under the current rules, that's more of a political party thing. So we've kind of shifted away from even that prior form of government that was used. There has to be a recording of the closed meeting. There is an exception to that if it's something that's sensitive and the only thing we're talking about, well, let's see, here it is. If we're only talking about the purposes in 1A, which is the character, professional competence, physical or mental state, then if that's the only reason, then commission chair would have to sign a sworn affidavit affirming that that was the sole purpose of closing the meeting, and then you don't have to create a full recording of that session. I don't know that we've ever done it that way, but that is an option. And if we do, and pending or reasonably imminent litigation comes up, then I would just have to say, sorry, we can't talk about that. And that's part of, who is responsible for enforcing this is the Attorney General and county attorneys for each of the county bodies. So I talked about this a little bit, but it does say here, individuals constituting a quorum of a public body may not act together outside a meeting in a concerted and deliberate way to predetermine an action to be taken by the public body at a meeting on a relevant matter. And I think that that's probably what Commissioner Fackrell is referring to with, discussed by email and then we ratify. It does have to happen in the open meeting. It doesn't say that a public body, you're not restricted from transmitting electronic messages to other members of the public body when you're not convened in a meeting. So you can still send emails, but once again, you're not making determinations. I know we're kind of coming up on the hour. Are there any specific questions?
No, sir.
Class B misdemeanor is the criminal penalty for violating a closed meeting or a closed meeting violation. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, approached the 5 o'clock hour. Commissioner Fackrell, what do you want to do with this one?
We can do it during the portion on the decision. If we're gonna do any action.
Yeah, we can talk about it. Okay, sounds good. Okay.
So Chris, you get to stay here a
anybody
while
need a break
longer.
before we commence our meeting? Okay. Give you a 3-minute break.
I'm ready to go ahead.
I think we can get through the consent stuff pretty quick. I think we should be able to go through consent and then do their presentation. Or we could do that if we want to do the presentation first. Do you want to do that? Let's do it first, okay.
If you could please sign in at the front at that door if you have not done so already, we'd greatly appreciate it. And write neatly for Katie, if you may.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to the Morgan County Commission meeting. Today is July 16th, 2024. We will begin with an invocation or moment of reflection and then the Pledge of Allegiance. I've asked Commissioner Anderson to take care of that.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful for this beautiful day, grateful for the weather that we've had, grateful for the opportunity we have to meet as a community and discuss items for the county. We ask you that as we go through these items that we do so in a constructive manner, and even though there may be disagreements, that we unify in the end and do our best to express our comments and on the items. We're grateful for the freedoms that we enjoy, grateful for those who have sacrificed so much so that we can enjoy these freedoms that we have today. We ask you that as we move forward in this meeting that we do our best to maintain and follow those freedoms and those laws that govern those freedoms in the best manner and ability we can. Grateful for the friendships and for the community that we have here, for the beautiful valley that we live in. And I say these things in the name of Jesus Christ, amen. Please arise and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner going to suggest that we make an amendment to our agenda this evening and move our presentation from the Morgan Cares Group to take place before the consent agenda items.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion
Aye.
passes. Thank you. Okay, we will move to that point then. Morgan Cares.
This is Kate. Kate Dickman, and she's been hired by Weber Morgan Human and Health Services, and this is her group of people that care in Morgan. And so we're excited to hear what they're doing here in Morgan for us.
Awesome.
Do I come up here? Is that
That's
okay?
perfect, yep.
I have to admit, this is my first time in attendance, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be here. As Matt said, we represent Weber Morgan Human Services, and I was hired within the last year, and we decided to do some great things within our community with your help, and we wanted to come and share with you some of the things we've been working on and the vision that we have for the future. And first and foremost, we want to thank you for what you do for our community and the way that you represent us and the way that you support our families and the youth, and to offer all of these opportunities. And so I am going to turn the time over to a really impressive group of youth who've worked together to prepare a presentation for you guys. And we'll take questions at the end. So we'll let them get started.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so we'd like to introduce you to Morgan Cares. So we are a community-based youth committee focused on supporting healthy lifestyles and connection for our community, families, and individuals. We focus on prevention efforts directed towards substance misuse as well as offering mental health resources.
Okay, so here we have a kitchen sink, and the kitchen sink is broken, and we have two people mopping up the floor. So basically, how I see this is that we can spend all our resources, time, and effort in cleaning up the mess, but it's never going to fix the problem. So we're grateful for everything you guys do.
Alright, so this is the core parts of our community, and we're the youth, and we want to try to get as involved as possible so we can help out. So this is our group. We have 14 youth and 2 adult volunteers, and we're still growing right now.
So as we plan our activities, we're required to decrease the risk factors and increase protective factors in our drug misuse and alcohol misuse and suicide prevention.
Okay, so this is the logos we came up with, and we are here to help the community and take action, respect, strengthen, and expand.
Okay, so this is like our big project we've done so far. It was the Operation Graduation, and we had secured funding, and we had a $1,000 budget. So, and what we did is we got like a kayak, a life inflatable kayak, life jacket, and the reason we did this is it was like the grand prize for the seniors, and it's because like they're going through like a time when they're like changing, like going from high school to whatever they're doing, and it's like supporting a healthy lifestyle and good choices. So,
One of the activities we did is we went to the Raptors game for a suicide prevention night. We were able to meet with the players, and we had a signage up all season. We invited young people and old people to get them all involved, and we had over 100 people attend from our community. Okay, so we are working with the superintendent, school counselors, principal, you guys, local influencers, students, and the PTSO to help us fund have the SHARP survey fund us And we use that data collected to fund our program, and it also helps the parents and the schools.
So we had the opportunity to go to Bryce Canyon for about 3 days, and there was 8 of us from Morgan Cares, 4 adult leaders, and about 200 youth from across Utah. And yeah, we had a blast learning so many things, and it was just a fun time.
So there we were able to learn more about policy from the Congresswoman Celeste Malloy. It was really cool because we were able to learn that we have a voice and that you guys can listen to us and we can make a difference here. And it was a really cool realization.
We had many activities there. We had some dance parties and a game night the first night. We had a hike. We had a swim party, stargazing, and we just made a lot of new friends across Utah. It was amazing.
Okay, so one of the good things we learned there was like a lot of education on prevention science, and we also learned like what works and what doesn't with this, and how we can be most effective as a group and council, and to help our youth in our community right away.
Okay, we were able to meet more than 200 kids from all over the state that are doing the same important work, and they are making a difference in their communities, and they are sharing awesome ideas with us. We learned how to help and shared why we love our community.
As you can see, they are remarkable and they are invested in making our community really healthy and positive and offering programs and things that will benefit all of us, right? And we know that when young people are involved, they become bonded to our community. And we know that then they go and take those skills into their whole life and they continue to make a difference and do maybe what you're doing, you know, in their future and have an opportunity to serve and to make an impact in the world. And I hope at least 2 of them move right back here because 2 of them are my kids. And I grew up here, and there is something special about Morgan. There really is, and that's the reason I wanted to be a part of this. And we want you to be a part of it too. We have some really, really exciting things. We're partnering with 4-H, the Teens Lifting Teen program. It's a peer mentoring program, and we've secured a grant from them to help us facilitate some of the initiatives that we want to use. But the most important part is some leadership training that they have available. I get to take a group to Capitol Hill where they get to meet with policymakers and find out how they can use their experiences to make life better for everyone. And then I get to take a group to the National CADCA, which is in Washington, D.C. That's every February, and they get to understand how the political process works and how something is introduced to legislation. That was really neat to watch them interact with someone who's doing that currently and trying to make a difference. We have community outreach activities. We have adult and youth prevention training activities. We'd really love to be included with you as you see a space for us to help you to understand the process of how we work as a local government. We're working with people on, in a local level to understand the SHARP survey and to make sure they have good understanding of how it's used and make sure that it's safe. And I'm a parent here as well, so we want to make sure everyone's comfortable and they at least know what's being introduced to our families. And then we have a very, very exciting event coming on September 16th. It's going to be at Kent Smith Park. It's a family dinner night. This group has secured funding to provide dinner for 500 people in our community, and we are going to highlight all of the amazing protective factors we already have at our disposal. We've got many, many businesses that are local. We have community groups and different things that we want to highlight and show families, look, this is all here for you to take advantage of. We're all right here, and we want to help you take advantage of all of it. We so appreciate your time tonight. Do you have any questions for us or for any of these guys?
Can you just share one, Katie, of how you guys are working from a positive point of view rather than concentrating on those that may not be making great choices right now, and you're drawing the others in.
Absolutely. I actually just went to a 2-day training that talked about the power of positive mindset. And to be honest with you, we don't have some of the problems that are happening in other areas, right? Like, we are so blessed to be in a community that we have strong families and strong communities. And the idea of prevention is not to focus on intervention, but it's to maintain those strong bonds and to highlight those things and to show people what they're doing right or how to strengthen their families. And a lot of these kids tell us what they need, right? Like, they're the ones that are dealing with mental health struggles. And as I've worked with the high school counselors, they do see a need for these things, but it's the minority, not the majority. But as we teach kids and these youth to be mentors to each other, that's when we all lift and we all ascend and we all are able to work together to really make something even more special, because we already have something so special, but we all know that the landscape of our community is changing. So we have to make sure what makes it special doesn't change.
Well, this is really fantastic, and to you young people, thank you for standing up here. I know it's a little intimidating. You were all brave and awesome, so thank you for doing that, and hopefully one day you'll be sitting up here instead of us, because as you can see, we're all getting older, and I'm the youngest one. But we need young people involved in government. It's important. It's important for the next generation to know what's going on and to get involved. So I encourage you to continue doing what you're doing. It looks like you're doing an amazing job at it, and we're happy to have you involved in our discussions as well. So please come and show up to our meetings and tell us what you think about the items on our agenda. We want to hear from you. If there's things that we can do to further involve with your group, maybe you can coordinate with Matt and we'll talk about some opportunities, but I think that's wonderful.
Matt has been really wonderful to work with and helping facilitate this, and it's been really, really, really wonderful. In fact, we have a shirt for him.
Oh, can you put it on right now?
Come on, Matt.
I can help.
Yes. Stand up here. What do you think? Where do you want him? Yeah, with the you.
I'll move.
Commission? Yeah. No, come all of you
No,
guys.
I'll move around. You guys can stand right here. Stand up here.
Oh, are we supposed
Do
to?
you want us all to come down there?
How do I get the Morgan Cares symbol back up? Yeah, Jeremy kicked you out. He's rewiring. There we go. Sweet. Don't mess up your hair.
Appreciate your time.
Okay. We are going to go back to our consent agenda items, section B. We've got a pretty long list this evening. Are there any items that any members of the commission would like to remove from the consent agenda and add to the action items? Okay, which items are those?
I would like to remove number 7 and number 14.
I also request to remove 15 because we are redrafting it.
So 15 we're removing completely?
Yes.
Okay. But 7 and 14 we'd
14.
like to move to the
Action item.
action
Action
items.
items.
Okay. Is that a formal motion?
But you don't have
You
to.
don't have
We
to.
don't have to have it. Okay, we're gonna officially move those then. All right. Any other items? Otherwise, we'll look for a motion on the consent agenda.
I move that we accept the consent agenda minus number 7, number 14, and 15.
A motion and a second to approve the consent agenda, removing items 7, 14, and 15. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. All right, we will now hear, excuse me.
Excuse me 1 minute. We did not have the transient room tax report to look at, did we? Yeah, what?
The data is in there.
Yeah, it's in the packet.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see. I remember that one. I thought it was the different report that I was supposed to see. Okay.
Okay, declarations of conflict of interest. Any commissioners for any of tonight's agenda items?
The conditional use permit, Mr. Nettleton's item, I have a conflict of interest. I declared it at the last meeting when it was discussed.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McConnell. That brings us to our public comment period. This is an opportunity for the public to address the commission for any items that you wish. We do have one public hearing this evening, and that is the budget public hearing. There are no other opportunities for the public to address the commission after this. Okay. Seeing no public comment, we will move to section E, our presentations. We have one more presentation. Ms. Haley Johnson, our new Morgan County Fair Coordinator. You want to come on up here, Haley, to our podium?
Right here to the podium.
As you well know, while Haley's coming up here, I'll just inform the rest of the commission. We've been searching for a fair coordinator, and Commissioner Wilson and Kate and I did interviews this last week, and we've hired Haley to deal with that. We've had her busy already. She was at a fair board meeting last night and has been working today on some other things. So, Haley, do you want to introduce yourself and
Speak
in the
into
mic.
the mic.
just to us is fine.
Okay.
Yeah. They get to look at your back.
All right, this is the first time I've ever been to something like this, so I'm a little.
You can hold that if you want.
I don't want to hold it. I'm Haley. I currently work managing the Scotsman Center in Mountain Green. I married a Morgan local. He's 4th generation here. His family lives up on Lamb Drive, and we're currently buying a house in Mountain Green. We're due to close on the 2nd, and we had really good news about that today, so I'm really excited about that. I had my undergraduate at Utah State doing agricultural sciences with an equine emphasis, and then my master's is in ag extension and education. I've done a lot of event organizing for the private sector over at Scotsman Center, and then in my college years I did a lot of organizing for extension with some different clinics and workshops and things. I've never done anything quite the scale of the fair, so I'm really excited to learn and grow in that department. Meeting a lot of people yesterday, I think you have a really great group of people. People are obviously really passionate about what they do, and I'm so impressed with the volunteers and the tradition that people have going on. So I'm excited to learn and do more. Can't wait to
Haley,
start.
I need to ask you the question that everyone asks me. Who are your kin?
Who are my kin?
Who are you related to?
Yeah, Meryl and Wynette Johnson. Wynette's quite involved with the Boy Scouts. I know she was a Webelow leader and was infamous for taking them on Grand Tour de Mountain Green bike trips and things. Yeah, they've lived here a while. Some folks may know them. I know Wynette was in charge of a lot of things at the fair last year, but I don't know specifically what. So, yeah, good people, good folks. I'm lucky.
So shameless plug, so we're very grateful to have you. Tickets are open for the rodeo on the website if you want to buy your tickets. And our fair poster, every door direct mail, so you should have one. There is one on the back board. It opens July 27th and runs till August 2? Second. So
No, third.
Third.
Sorry,
So
Saturday the 3rd.
we'd love to have you at any of our events. And we're always looking for volunteers.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you.
Thanks, Haley.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to action items. We have 2 action items that have been moved from the consent agenda. We'll start with action item, we'll call it B7, because that's where it came from.
Okay.
Consent agenda. This is the County
Strategic.
Library Strategic Plan.
Aaron, did you want to come up? So this, I kind of started this. Aaron noticed that I was doing a lot of things by resolution and policy, and I said anything that essentially would have to litigate or the county would need to support, we need to have that to come before the commission, as they are the governing body of the county. And so she sent me several. I noticed I accidentally left one off, so you'll have another one next week, or next meeting. So that's just background on why all these policies are on here presently. So, Commissioner Fackrell?
Do you
Okay.
have a page on the packet?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find.
79, you said? Okay, thank you.
79?
That's better than scrolling everywhere to find it.
What
Thank
is
you.
it, 79?
Yeah.
Okay, I had just a few questions on it. I thought the strategic plan was good, except if I can get to it. You have in here that in your metric that you have on page 81, the budget increased. In other words, you want to increase the budget 2% every year to maintain quality of service while allowing for anticipated population growth. What happens if that does not happen and you don't get a 2%?
Nothing. The strategic plan is required by the state library for us to be a certified library, and so they are a set of goals. But if we don't meet those goals, there is no negative repercussion. This is just what we'd like to achieve. It's not necessarily, a crystal.
Okay.
I would note that our growth has been considerably more than 2% anyway, so that's probably a very conservative number.
We felt pretty comfortable with that number.
Yeah, the only question I had is if by chance we have a down year in sales or in revenues from property tax and it doesn't raise by 2%,
Then we don't meet that goal.
then you won't meet that goal. Okay. And then it says receiving newsletters. You got more than 50% of cardholders receiving newsletters. That's a goal. Are you planning on that in paper form or electronic, or have you decided that?
It's not something that we've been able to implement yet. It is a goal for the future. We plan electronic. We'd like it to be by subscription. Obviously, we don't want to be spamming our patrons who aren't interested in receiving our newsletter. But we also would have paper copies available in the library for patrons to pick up as well.
Okay. Then under the capacity, the building space, it says within the next 3 years, you want to replace the Mountain Green book drop.
We did that already. We reached that
Okay,
goal.
I was going to say, you reached this goal, and that's the other thing is this here is clear back a year or 2 years ago,
They're set for
strategic
every
plan.
a
So-
5-year period. And so
Okay.
within those 5 years, we hope obviously to
I'm just-
accomplish some of the goals we've set.
Okay, all right, because you stopped the book drop, now what do you have in replacement for it? Because do we have services down there?
Wanted to replace the physical book drop, and we were able to do that.
Because I know at one time you wanted to put in there, you wanted to get something down in Mountain Green. Is that, and that's not in here, and I'd like to see it in there.
Yeah, I think with the growth in that end of the county, that's something we'd like to look at. We've been a little hesitant because we don't know what that would look like at this point. Would it be a book locker? Would it be an actual branch? Would it be, partnering with the fire station to use some of their space and we have kind of a bookmobile? We're still kind of exploring options, but we definitely would like to be able to expand services to that part of the county more.
Okay, may I make a suggestion,
Please.
Commissioner Newton and Aaron? Is that we put it into a plan of some sort where we can have some kind of a plan of something down in the Mountain Green area. I think they deserve it.
Absolutely.
And
That's something that we would love as a library staff and a library board. We would love to know what the commission's vision for the library is. What are your goals for serving the county, and how can we as a library help you achieve those goals? So any input you have would be very welcome.
okay. And then I noticed on the next page on 85, it says within the next 5 years, you want to combine the 28-hour assistant director and 12-hour assistant librarian into one full-time position. Why?
I think we would get somebody who is well invested in the role and educated and experienced if we could offer them benefits. I also think it would provide more continuity of service. We wouldn't have to keep leaving Post-it notes for each other because we have different people subbing in every day. And the library's growing. We need help, and I'd like help that is invested and is planning to stay.
So in other words, the people that are serving, not just serving, but working and also serving on boards and all that kind of stuff that that are seniors that would like a part-time job in the library, you're going to exclude them from being able to serve and help the community out and give them extra income. So
I don't think it's saying that in any way, shape, or form.
well, I'm just saying
Any
that
of other job opportunities outside of these two positions.
I'm just saying that I think I know you want to have a full-time person, but me as a person that's been there, I don't necessarily think we have to have a full-time person there. And that's something that I will always be an advocate of, not having full-time people. So that's just for me. And then the main reason I wanted to bring this up is because I was hoping that we could I like what's going on in the library, and I think that it would, instead of just being consent agenda item, I wanted to have you guys kind of present what you're doing.
Actually, I'd love to come and after summer reading is over and give you guys the numbers and some examples of what we've been working on, because we're really proud. So if that's something that you wouldn't mind giving us some time for, we would love to brag
I
a
would
little
love
bit.
to see it. And that's, I mean, the other department, they're not just departments, but other entities in the county. I've been asking people to come and report to us because I'd like to know what they're doing.
We would be happy to.
So I serve on the library board. Wish I could say I've made it to every meeting, and I have not, but I usually let Aaron know if I do have a conflict. But I actually appreciate everything you do as a director, Aaron, and very thought out processes on all these items. I agree, if there needs to be a full-time person and you see that need, I have full confidence in how you run your department. And maybe to Commissioner Fackrell's point, there's an opportunity to find other part-time positions, maybe not just in the library, but I think if you have a need for a full-time, I fully back you on that.
I think this is well written. I like the plan. You know, not everything has to be in the plan too. Opportunities come along, and I think you've seized upon those very well. In fact, when are our bears being installed? Do we have that?
I need to get with Brett, but I figured he's a little busy with the
Okay.
trail and the fair and.
We got to get them in before there's
and
snow on the ground.
Croydon and, yeah.
Awesome.
Where they go into hibernation?
So if you
Anyway,
don't
thank you,
know
Erin. We
all about the
appreciate
bears, Aaron applied for an amazing grant where we have, what is it called, installation art. There are 2 bear cubs that are going to go outside of the library. So you will be able to see them from State Street and not just have to be on library property to see them. And we're very excited to get them installed and have kids climbing on them and not getting hurt and ruining our insurance liability. Yes.
Yep. And we'll name them, decorate them. for
Yes.
Halloween. That'll be great.
I love it.
Thank you. Anything else, commissioners, that I can answer for you?
No?
Thank you.
I move that we approve the strategic plan for the library.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the library strategic plan. Is there a second?
Second?
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right, we will now move to item B14, which is our audit.
Yes, the audit report has not come before the audit committee, so therefore I am asking to have it postponed until another time.
It's Tuesday, so
That's
put it
true.
on
have it on the next meeting.
Oh, your next audit committee meeting's next week.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Sounds great to me.
So we have to
Is that a
postpone
motion?
it. That was my motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second to postpone the audit report decision until our next meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, moving to,
Number 15.
gonna have to go to action item F2. The reason we're skipping F1 is that this is a public hearing regarding our budget, and that needs to take place after 6 PM. So we're gonna kind of shift around until we get to 6 PM. Sorry, Leslie, you have to hang with us for another 20 minutes. So, Brett.
I think I'm with them kids that you guys are intimidating.
Yeah.
And you've been here a number of times.
I've been here before. Well, I got to tell you about Aaron and these bears. I had these bears show up at our shop, and I tell you what, we was pretty surprised we had bears show up. And I had no idea
Just be
what's going
glad
on. Me
they're
and
not
George stared at them for a while. We started making calls, and then of course we called Liz, and she helped us with it. We'll be glad to put them in. And if wants to put them in, it'll be interesting, won't it? Well, today I'm not here as a public works director. I'm here as a fair board member to ask you again to help us out with the rodeo. And the reason me and John kind of set it up this way is I think you commissioners really are involved in us to kind of get the rodeo started. And that's really what we use the money for, is for us to help get the rodeo going and the start of it. And so that means a lot to us if you can help us do that. And that's what I'm asking for the money. John had something he had to do tonight. I think he was laying out a house tonight and he couldn't quite make it, so I'm here. But you know kind of what we use the money for, to help us do the flyover and bring the parachuters in and do stuff like that. And so that's really what we look forward to, I think, on getting the rodeo started. So I think the commissioners, maybe even this year, will put a Morgan County flag on one of the parachuters and bring that in. So Morgan County with the other flags we do.
Do we have a flag?
So maybe that'll even help on the donation.
We had one made for the fair.
Oh.
It's just our logo, but yeah, we have a flag. I think we budgeted for this when
That's
we did
what I
our
thought we
budget.
did.
We did.
Okay, so I think we still can take an action here, but we did budget for it, so we should be good.
In
It's
which
already
fund?
It should be in the fair fund already.
In the fair fund? Okay. Then I will change the
Yep.
So it
resolution.
doesn't need to be a resolution at this point.
Probably not, no, because it's already budgeted.
It's already budgeted.
But I guess the resolution could be that we're going to expend the funds
I
for
would
that
prefer
purpose.
resolution since
So
you're
let's do
expending
that.
taxpayer dollars outside of the county.
But it's within the budget already.
I hear ya.
Let's do it anyway. We're here, it won't hurt us. We'll do a resolution to spend the
Okay,
$6,000.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution CR 24-70 to give Morgan County Fair Rodeo $6,000 that was already approved in our budget.
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
The motion and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, and Brett, thank you for all your work, and please tell John we appreciate his work on this too.
Yeah, you bet. Glad to do it.
So, and another plug for the rodeo. Tickets went on sale yesterday. They will sell out. I would get online and try to get something figured out sooner than later. If you wait till the last minute, you may not get tickets. Okay. The Honorable Jared Anderson.
What's HON? Is that honoring?
That's honorable.
Honoring. Honorary?
Henri.
Honorable.
Oh, okay. Not honorary? Okay.
Why do we have
I
that?
guess that's
Some
with an
days,
O, not an
maybe.
H. Huh?
Yeah.
I didn't know we had that title. That's kind of embarrassing. But,
That is
So-
correct policy.
It's the bio list.
I didn't have time to talk to you about this, Kate, but we have two proposals that were submitted to us. And one is from EOCene, I believe is how you say that.
And they are in the packet.
Yes.
And I just got the one you sent from WCE, but I didn't think that was for the NEPA study.
No.
Okay.
So we have both we haven't evaluated them yet or given recommendation for approval. Do you want me just to give that?
That's why I put it in the packet.
Okay, okay. So this will be decision.
That's your
Or not
language.
decision,
Yeah.
discussion.
Engineering
So-
is your language.
Okay, so we sent out an RFP for, let's see, how would I word it correctly? But wetland and environmental study for the Fairgrounds Park area.
Delineation.
We received
Delete.
two proposals, and they're in the packet. One is from BioWest, and the other one is from, I believe you say it, Eocene. So the next step we'll take on these two proposals is in part of the RP process is we evaluate them on cost and experience, and I think we had 3 or 4 different items we evaluate them on. Once those are evaluated, then we can determine which proposal we'll choose for approval. And I didn't know, Kate, if you wanted anything else to be said on that or not, but this is really just for, I don't know if there's any other discussion. Maybe the discussion would be who would be able to evaluate these, or who would be on that.
Question.
Yes.
I have a question for you. And I'm not asking for a question, I'm questioning. And that is this for delineation from the floodplain, or what are from the
No, this is,
U.S.
so-
Army Corps of Engineers, or what?
Yeah, so this is, I gotta remember the exact items. One of them is delineation of wetland. And the area that we sent them was basically the Morgan County property from the fairgrounds up to the
Right.
upper parcel that we have off of the river. So it's delineation of wetland, it's, plant and species study.
Right.
But it does not include the floodplain area.
And it does not include it as the NEPA study that's gonna be required for that same area.
So when you say NEPA, what do you mean?
Our environmental protection, National Environmental Protection Agency.
So this is phase 1 environmental.
Okay.
These items. So as they go through this study, if they determine they need to do a phase 2 or more steps, then we would have to do that. I don't see that happening, but we don't know until they do their job. So,
Okay.
yeah, this would comply with the NEPA, yes, requirements.
And so is this gonna come from the grant that we're hoping to apply for, or is this gonna come from our own funds?
It will come from our own funds. I don't think we have monies from a grant currently that we
We
can
do
use
have
these on, do
private
we?
donors, but only to 20,000, I believe.
Yeah, if you remember, our recreation director told us that there would be enough dollars to cover this, but we need to verify that. Regardless, in our discussions, this really needs to be done for us on whatever we're gonna be doing in that area. So,
Okay, all right.
Okay, any additional questions?
I noticed on the 2 different bids, and we need to discuss it, but on the 2 different bids, there was a huge difference in the bids. However, one of the bids had, it looked to me like they were missing a lot. And so, and then it said it would, every time it would go and ask us for, mention, this is negotiable above the amount that they already proposed to us. That was from the Eocene. And so I'm wondering, is that the one we would choose, or would we, because they are low bid?
So when you send out an RFP, you have, I can pull it up. I apologize, I didn't know we were discussing this, but I'll pull it up real quick.
That's what
But when you send out an RFP, you say that here's the items that we're gonna rate you on. Experience, cost, plan and approach, and I can't remember what the last one was. But it includes a scope of the work to do. So the committee that's gonna get together to evaluate this, they're gonna look at each of those items and evaluate them accordingly.
So, on this agenda item, it is asking to award this RFP for environmental phase 1 study. So are
That's-
we awarding it tonight or
That's what I
not?
just discussed with Kate a minute ago when I very first started talking. I said, there's 2 proposals and we can discuss it, but I don't think we can make a decision because we haven't evaluated them yet.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because it says in the one, it says the county will coordinate directly with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Instead of the other one, they would do that. And then it's gonna have different costs and everything else in addition, and I'd like to have a better proposal, or else take the first proposal.
A better proposal?
a better proposal from the EOC company, or
You mean a more firm one?
more
or-
firm one, where the BioWest did one.
Yeah, so that's.
Scope of work, did it include
So there's,
contact?
4 items: work plan and project approach, that's 25%. Qualifications and experience, that's 30%. Key personnel and project team, 20%. Unit evaluation, 25%. Each of them have definitions of how we're gonna evaluate that. You typically don't go back and forth and say, we don't like how you did your proposal, can you firm that up? You're technically supposed to take those proposals, review them according to how you receive them, and evaluate them accordingly. But there is percentages in there for each where if we don't feel like they can perform the task according to their proposal, when I say we, whoever that board is, they can determine that.
So do we need to make a decision on who's going to participate in that committee?
I don't know if we want to have us do that right now versus maybe just a action item for Kate to get a group together to be able to do that, whoever that may be.
That's fine.
And that can, obviously, Commissioner Fackrell, I know you're very involved in this, so
Yeah.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind being a part of that.
I would prefer to be involved.
So no, I
Otherwise,
think
kick me
that's
out.
it. We can just have Kate get the group together to do the review process on it.
Okay, perfect.
So I'm
All right,
getting
let's-
together with Commissioner Fackrell and Commissioner Anderson. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move on then. Action item F4, this is nomination or appointments of citizens to the Planning Commission. We do have 2 at-large Planning Commission seats that are vacant currently and we need to fill. Commissioner Fackrell, you brought us an application for one other applicant that had not previously applied. Do you want to talk about that for a moment?
Yes, I would. This is the one I talked to you about last week. And he has not experience in this area. However, I have seen him work in different capacities, and he's kind of like a judge in a way. He will learn the items, learn what has to happen, and will put forth the effort to learn the items, and he will think things through for the betterment of Morgan County. I would like you guys to talk with him. He's here today, and I would like us to be able to at least discuss put his name in the list of the ones that we want to potentially put into this mix of potential members for those 2 at-large positions. So, Chris, you get to come up to the microphone here.
Chair, ultimately, how is this going to be decided? Are we just going to submit our 2 choices each, and whoever has the most votes? I don't know how you're doing that.
I think ultimately someone makes a motion in the meeting.
Okay,
I-
all right.
yeah.
I just didn't know.
That's my thought. I mean, because we don't have any criteria set up to send in votes or anything like that. I think if there's deliberation to be had, we should have that here, you know, if you want to talk about, I know that can be a little awkward to talk about individuals in a meeting, but I don't know how else we do it. Keep the
Especially when
public.
part of a closed door or closed session meeting is competency of an individual, but yet we're discussing competency of individuals in an open meeting.
Professional competency. And so
Sure.
the professional
Sure.
competency of a planning commissioner, there's not a benchmark. If you're a resident, if you have a pulse. I'm not saying that that's what we're saying is, but there isn't any professional competency associated with it. If it was something related to character or professional competency, I think we could. Other than that, I think, once again, the open meetings is conduct your deliberations in the open. You can discuss different candidates, and then to answer the question, as far as the process of voting, the way that we amended our code is that they can be nominated and then approved. And so if there's a nomination and that person doesn't get approved, then you move to another nomination, and then you kind of cycle through that that process. It's not everyone submitting 2 names and then we see who has the most votes.
Chris?
So with that, Chris, would you like to come on up here for just a moment? Put you in the hot seat.
You have to talk to the mic.
Okay, any questions, commissioners, for Mr. Jensen?
I will ask the one that we asked everybody else. What is your vision of Morgan County?
It's a great question. I don't know that I have a tremendous vision in particular, but in general, and it's kind of been said here before tonight. I moved to Morgan County probably close to 30 years ago. I don't know any other guys, but I know Matt and Blaine pretty well. You know that. This is a great community. There's great people here. I came here from Iowa. It's got a small town feel that we had in Iowa, where it's a sense of community. People help each other get along. That's going to change, right? I mean, this used to be a farming community, a ranching community. It's going to change. There's no way, 2 ways about it. People are going to move in. You already see it that are not from Morgan. They're good people, but they're not from here. Businesses are moving in. And the thing to do is to control that the best you can to maintain that quality of life, that the good government, good people we have here in Morgan County as best you can as the growth comes. Used to be a farming ranching community. It's not going to be any longer. As people pass away and their land gets sold off, things are going to change. And that's what it is. And you look at our families, and now he's concerned that the kids that grow up here, it's difficult for them to stay here. This is a popular place. People move here. It's expensive. Everybody tries to get over here. I never tell people where I live because they all want to get there. The people that do know, and I know probably you guys probably know a dozen of them that want to get up here, they can't afford it. But that reflects back on our families and our kids that they can't afford it either. So as you go forward, you know, what is this county as it grows become? It's to kind of maintain, I think, that thing that attracts everybody here, that small town feel, that sense of neighbors and families and friends that get along together, the things that make me comfortable and love the people out of Morgan, but Porterville, but Morgan too, as well. But I'm up in Porterville. Just some awesome people up here. I'm glad Brett's gone because he's my neighbor, so you guys start talking about confidence and do that in closed session. Don't take notes. Anyway, that's kind of where it is. So I don't have anything in particular. I just see growth coming and a way to manage that serves the people of Morgan County the best. For the most part, I think we do a pretty good job of that.
Okay. You guys ask questions, not me, because I know you.
Ask the question. My pulse is still good. Where'd you go to law school?
Florida.
Okay,
I
any
really
other-
don't. I know Chris well enough that I don't. Yeah.
But I don't have any experience. I mean, let's put it in there. You'll see a lot of nuns on that thing. I don't have any experience in that.
Here, Brett just came back in. You can tell him now.
Brett's an awesome neighbor. He is. He's a great neighbor. I don't have any experience in any of this, but just somebody said this before earlier in the meeting is thank you guys for doing it. You know, it's always easy to sit back and criticize decisions. Half the county probably hates you guys most of the time. The other half, whatever. And that's the tough part of doing the job. So I appreciate people that are willing to step into these roles and put themselves out there and everything you decide is not popular or well received, but this is the way the government should run. I was listening intently to your yes, no votes and your abstain votes, and generally agree with you. More transparency, the better. But I just appreciate you guys willing to put yourselves out there for whatever reason it may be, and be able to take the arrows that come your way. And as I've been talking to Blaine, probably a year now, and I've been blowing him off quite a bit.
Just an opportunity in any way to help out. You know, it's easy for me to sit back and criticize the things you have done or the decisions you make. I don't have any skin in the game, and I'm unwilling to step forward and do it. So, just maybe an opportunity to help out somewhere. If it's not this, that's fine. Let me somewhere else. No hard feelings, unless you're in front of me on the street. But other than that.
Awesome. Well, thank you. We appreciate it and appreciate your perspective there. It'd be nice if more shared the same. So get involved, right?
Brett's a good guy too.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
All right.
And you are welcome to go now if you want. You've been here through this.
Yeah, thanks for bearing with us for an hour.
2 hours.
Okay, nomination or appointment of citizens to the Morgan County Planning Commission. We have 2 at-large seats that are currently vacant, so just to remind you again.
So maybe just an extra reminder. I thought, Garrett, was there a individual that was deemed that, I thought there was one individual that applied that maybe owns property or lives outside of Morgan? I can't remember
Yes,
how that
it was Lemoyne. I can't remember his last name,
Adams.
but I did talk with him after the interviews last week and just let him know that it does specify in our code that you have to be a resident, not just a landowner.
So he is out of the list.
I guess as far as I'm concerned, there's 11 people here, and I think that's absolutely amazing. I mean, there's been years where we haven't had anybody interested. So just to have that interest, I think is great. A lot of people with good experience, a lot of people without any experience, but they're interested in serving. So I think it's amazing.
Chair, did you want to move on to budget and come back to this so you guys have a couple minutes? Or do you want to go ahead and make nominations?
Commissioners, any thoughts?
I would like to.
I personally would like to make one nomination and perhaps think on another, but that's just me.
Yeah,
I don't think we have to fill both.
I also have a nomination too, at least one.
Perfect.
So,
Okay. I think we ought to postpone it again.
so
Unless you want to go and have it just later in the meeting.
I would like to hear your nominations.
Yeah, me too.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Blaine Murray as one of the at-large positions. I think he's got a large amount of experience and wants to be involved.
well, that makes my nomination easy. I was going to also nominate Blaine Murray, but I agree with the experience. It's not too often you have interest when you've got someone with as much planning experience that he has, and I think that would really be helpful for the planning commission.
Robert, were you unmuting?
I was just going to say that given the number of applications that we review from the Mountain Green area, that I think it would be important to have one of the at-large members be from Mountain Green. Mr. Murray fits that description. I think we had multiple well-qualified applicants from that area. Commissioner here,
So just to repeat that, because the mic was quiet, he stated that since we had so many applicants from the Mountain Green area, he feels it would be prudent to make one of the at-large members be from the Mountain Green area, and Mr. Murray would meet that.
Does he live in that area?
Yes, he does.
Thank you, Robert.
Any additional thoughts?
I have 3 basic candidates that I like, so
Okay.
trying to whittle it down to 2. And then I think there's another thing we need to go through, but I'd like to go through it later in private
Okay.
with Jared.
So, I guess there's a couple of ways we could go about this. We could have a formal motion to postpone further. We could have a motion to
I think you guys
install
ought to
that nominee
At least nominate one, and we can postpone.
and then postpone the second. Okay.
We've got one at least.
Do you want to make that motion then?
Yeah, let me make sure I'm reading it right. But nominate Blaine Murray for the at-large position for the Morgan County Planning Commission.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to nominate Mr. Blaine Murray to the Planning Commission as one of the at-large seats. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Just to verify spelling, if I may, B-L-A-I-N-E.
Same as mine.
Correct.
His name is M-U-R-R-A-Y.
Correct.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I'd like to make a motion that we postpone the last nominee till our next meeting.
And is
I'll
Mr.
second.
Murray's, I'm sorry, is that effective immediately?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone the last nominee
I second that.
until our next meeting. The
Okay.
motion was made by Commissioner Wilson, and the second was made by Commissioner
Yeah.
Fowler. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, thank you. Let's move on to action item F5, Planning Department. Josh.
Hearing.
6 o'clock.
Oh, it's 6 o'clock. Let's go back to Leslie. Thank you. We're going to move to action item F1, our public hearing regarding an amendment to the 2024 Morgan County budget.
And honorable, right?
The
I'd be
Honorable
honored.
Leslie Hyde.
They would be ornery.
I would like to know why we changed that,
It's proper procedure.
So,
even though it's honorable Commissioner
If you were elected,
Anderson.
it's honorable, correct.
Well, change
You're
it
all
back to
about
Commissioner.
proper procedure.
I know I am, very much. But then why is it HON? It ought to be honorable. If you're gonna be
HON is the
correct.
abbreviation.
So what if they need to be ornery?
that's right.
Honorary.
Yeah, they can fit both.
Honorary.
Honorary with an H.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as I guess information for the public or those who may be joining us online, we do budget amendments for items that have changed within our budget on a quarterly basis. So this is our second quarter budget amendment for this year. In years past, we did these all at once at the very end of the year, and it was very messy. We found it to be a lot easier to do the budget amendments on a quarterly basis, and it also helps us when we go to do next year's budget, which we will begin here in another month or so, month and a half. Well, 2 months, I guess.
Yay!
So, unless he's really looking forward to that. Okay, so,
We threw a lot at her and she did amazing.
Yeah.
so let's get to it here. And we're on the wrong page on our packet that's up on the board. We need to get that
It's about
corrected here.
page 250.
Go
I'm on
back
page
to-
251. 251.
Okay, Leslie, I'll hand it over to you.
So I'm here seeking approval of Resolution CR 2468. This resolution will be amending some department budgets, budgeting for grants, and amending funds. We also have our tax rates that will be adjusting some of our funds. There was a detailed resolution in your packet. I know your packet was huge. Do you have any questions for me on
Yes.
any of the items? Okay.
I do have, if I can.
Yep, go for it.
On the budget, sorry, Brett's here so he can answer it. This, the budget request, it was the amount we received, and I'm okay with that,
Which page are you on, Blaine?
251.
Of the resolution, sorry. Do you guys?
Yeah, the actual budget changes,
Oh, gotcha.
okay? And the ones that they put as submitted. 251, I think it was. No, it's further, there it is. 252. 253. Okay, it basically, it says 253. It says that this would be, it was the one-time payment that we got from the state, and it was to be used for finishing paying for the Croydon Bridge, and then the old highway project. I thought that old highway project was taken care of by that federal grant that we saved a bunch of
So
money on.
both of these are our percentage of the.
Not the match. We pay 6.7% on that,
Oh.
on that money, just like the bridge.
Okay,
Just like the bridge. To give you an idea, Commissioner, the bridge ended up costing about 10.2 million.
Okay.
So do the math on that, that's about 740,000
Right.
on our match. And the old highway project, our match ended up being about 150. So
Right.
I still haven't paid those bills, that's why I'm here. Your
Okay.
public work director needs to watch this happen so I can pay bills tomorrow.
So I have a question then for Leslie now. So if those monies have been received, why can we not use those monies to pay those bills without holding up those bills?
It wasn't budgeted for, I guess.
I mean, I know it wasn't budgeted because we didn't know what the state was going to give us. But the state submitted those monies to us. Why did it have to come? Why couldn't those bills have been paid before it comes to us?
Because it would have exceeded the budget that the county commission approved.
Yeah, we would have gone in the hole on the budget, and we tried
And
not
then
to
we
do
could
that.
have just gone and
But we
done what
can't-
we're
we
doing
can't
now.
We cannot assume.
Remember that ornery part that I
Yeah,
showed you
I know.
before?
And I can be that way too.
Yeah. We can't assume that you guys will, then it negates
But it was for the
process.
Class B and C funds. So, I mean, we've gotten the regular funds that we have, the $735,000 approximately in Public Works or in B and C funds. Now we received another additional 436 that we received from the state of Utah. And that 436,000, I mean, there's $1 million+ there. We're spending 735 on Class B and C. We've got another 436. We've already spent some of that money of the 735 that goes into, I mean, we spent some already to pay for the bridge that already went there. We also put in corridor preservation monies from COG for the road, the cutoff road, or not the cutoff, but the other road to repair it. So now, I just need an explanation as to why all of a sudden we have to have, I mean, I understand budgeting, taking that and making a $1 million budget. Okay, I understand that. But I'm saying is if the money's there, why couldn't we have used it and paid the bills?
Because it's not budgeted for. And budget is a legal process that is governed by statute. It has to come before the governing body of the county. So what you would be asking in lieu of is we would be going around the commission, and I don't think you'd like that.
No, you're
Plus,
right.
it would be
I
against
don't.
statute.
Okay.
And plus, it would negate the citizens' ability to comment.
Okay, all right. I just needed the explanation, is all.
And I agree it's frustrating, but at the same time,
Oh,
we're
it's
grateful
very.
to get grant funds.
Keep getting them is what I say.
I think those grants, if you drive the roads, especially Old Highway, I think you're probably pleased with what went on with that grant money, and this is just our portion that we're gonna pay the bills with that, so.
So, a question.
Especially Old Highway, Brett. I'm pleased when I get to go home and not take an extra 15 miles to get there, so that bridge is, it's a pretty
Especially
big
yours,
deal
huh?
to me.
Yeah.
It is a big deal. It was a
And your
long time
team did an
coming.
amazing job.
Yes, all of these projects have turned out beautifully and received a lot of compliments from citizens that have seen the work being done and been really pleased with you and your crew and everything's happened, so thank you.
And I appreciate it because I've been getting comments on Old Highway Road too, so.
If you get a chance, we just finished paving Daisy and Line Creek and Wasatch and Davis and part of Weaver Drive, and they do look great too. So if you get a chance, take a drive and take a look at them.
So another question along that with all this grant money, because it's not in there, and that is we received a grant from the federal government for $2.2 million approximately for Old Highway. Did we do anything with that? Because the bid came in less. What did we do with the extra?
I paved a lot farther, so how the bids come in, it actually worked out really great. A little bit like it did over on Morgan Valley Drive. The bids did come in lower, and I was able to pave the whole road farther than we really had hoped because of the prices nowadays. If you think about what's gone on with our economy and prices, to give you an idea, and I think I've said it before in a meeting, but to give you an idea, what I did on Morgan Valley Drive was I was able to pave that whole entire road, come back and shoulder it without the county doing it, having a contractor shoulder it and come back the next year and chip it. This year, with the funds, we're lucky to pave the whole thing, which I didn't think at the time of the prices they were, the prices they were giving me, we were going to pave a little more than half. But the bids came back, and we was able to just about pave the whole thing. So it worked out, and that's the reason for the lower bid, but I ended up spending that money.
Okay, I was just hoping we had.
And
Then-
then how we save money, to kind of give you an idea, on the shouldering, on the shouldering, the bids came back over 200,000 to shoulder that whole road, and if you noticed, me and my crew did it in 3 days for 30.
Okay.
And that was just our fuel and the cost of material to do it. So we was able to take that extra, say 200,000, and pave farther. We went farther on the road. So that's the reason I set it up that way. I said, hey, we need to try to pave as much as we can, and it worked out great.
So now I ask Leslie back again. Did we include that grant within his budget?
No, we don't, Commissioner Fackrell, because it's a federal grant and it's managed by UDOT and it goes on their books, not ours.
Okay.
So we don't ever
Hey.
see that money in actual cash. UDOT sees that money and they pay the contractor directly. What we
Okay.
see is just our 6.5% that we have to pay in
Okay.
addition to
Yeah.
that. So
Oh, I
UDOT
just-
actually bills us for that 6.5% and we pay UDOT, and then UDOT is paying the contractor.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure it was somewhere in this
What I do
budget.
in my job, Blaine, to just give you an idea, is I pay a lot of the bills through UDOT, but what I'm doing is signing off. Okay, you did this job that I'm satisfied with, and then I sign off that way. I don't actually pay the money part. I just sign off on the work. Does that make sense?
Okay.
As the work's being done. So just give you an idea how it works. And the same on the bridges. So I spend a lot of time in my office going through this work and then signing off on it if the county's satisfied. I represent the county. So I say, okay, the old highway, you paved like you said, and the quality's there. I get all the test results back on the asphalt. Even on the material I used on the shouldering, even though we did it ourselves, I still bought UDOT spec material to shoulder that road. So I get tests on that kind of stuff, and so I sign off on that. So just give you an idea how it
Okay.
works. It's really a great system. It really works pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's proven by just to drive the road and see it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Leslie? One thing that I noticed looking through these budget adjustments, there's a number of budget adjustments that are necessary because of grants that have been received, and just want to compliment our department heads and elected officials that have worked so hard to receive those grants. I was going to try to count through there. I think there's at least 6 or 8 grants that are causing the budget adjustments, and that's wonderful. So thank you to those who have worked on those grant opportunities.
That comes from the commission too.
Yeah. I think most of them are from grants, which I appreciate.
Okay, any questions for Leslie regarding the budget amendments? Okay, if not, we will look for a motion to adjourn the public meeting and convene a public hearing.
I move that we, what was it called? Convene a public hearing?
Correct.
No, close the public meeting and convene a public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn the public meeting, convene a public hearing for the purpose of discussing and approving amendments to the 2024 Morgan County budget. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. We are now in public hearing regarding Resolution CR 24-68, amendments to the 2024 Morgan County budget.
Gina Kelly, Mountain Green. I had a question, or maybe you could talk when you're talking about the budget, about the SRO officer. A lot of the budget items are on that, and I thought that the requirement was that the school district was going to pay for that or a portion of that. And so I just had a question about that as I read through the budget amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no additional public comment, we'll look for a motion to close the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Anderson, a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Chair, request to answer, if I
Yes,
may.
go ahead.
The reason there's so many SRO is because we increased the budget with the addition of an additional SRO officer. So we are getting paid that from the school, but we never budgeted the expense. So this is budgeting the income from the school district for the increase in the contract and the expense of those increases.
It's increase in revenue and expenditure.
And it adds up to that 180.
Correct. So it equals the 180 that we entered into contract at the beginning of the year with the school district for an additional SRO officer. Thank you for letting me address that.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments regarding this item? If not, we'll look for a motion on item F1, amendments to the 2024 Morgan County Budget Resolution CR 24-68.
I move that we approve Resolution CR 24-68, approving the budget amendment for the 2024 Morgan County budget, along with tax, what do they call it? Anyway, it's within that same resolution. Never mind. What did you call it, Leslie?
You're talking the certified tax rate?
Yeah, certified tax rate. Yeah.
We already adopted the certified tax rate. This is just a budget adjustments based on the certified tax rate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So strike that part.
Yes, correct.
Resolution, yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve Resolution CR 24-68. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I actually need to leave, so I'll be leaving the meeting. I would actually request that the airport rules be postponed. So that's up to you guys, but that would be my preference.
Perfect.
Commissioner, is that number 6? The
Let me
ordinance?
flip back to the,
Ordinance 1009?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner McConnell. All right, Josh, now to you. Action item F5.
State statute was changed by the legislature to modify how subdivisions were to be handled. SB 174 is a reflection of what the state passed and requires the county to adopt into our zoning ordinance subdivision regulations. SB 174 is limited in scope. It only applies to single-family residential, two-family, and then townhomes. It is further restricted as it only applies to those subdivisions that are not found in a geohazard area. So according to our geohazards map, that's very few places in the county that would not qualify as a geohazard area. So it is very limited in scope. The issue tonight, though, it was noticed for a public hearing. That is not reflected on the agenda, so I would recommend that maybe we continue it to your next meeting so we can update the agenda appropriately. But all other notification requirements were met for a public hearing.
Is this one already gone before the Planning Commission?
It has, yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay, well, that being said, are there any questions for Josh before we look for a motion to postpone this to our next meeting?
Yeah, I do. Within this, what zones are we talking about for this code? Because, I mean, you say it's for single family, multifamily, and so forth. However, I mean, we just had recently a case where there was 5-acre lots and it was a subdivision and it was more than 10 for a small subdivision. So
Yeah,
what does this?
This has nothing to do with small subdivision or large subdivision. It's any subdivision that creates a single-family subdivision, a two-family subdivision, or is townhomes. So any residential zone, including all the MU 160 all the way down through R18, including the multifamily zones of RM7 and RM15 would all be included in this. However, as I mentioned, the way the state worded the changes, it is extremely limited in scope. So the only time I would use this method of subdivision review is if it's a single-family subdivision, two-family or townhomes, and it's not in a geohazard area.
Okay.
Which is extremely limited.
So, yeah, it is. So basically, all these pages of everything we received to look at, the basic part starts at 446 until.
That's correct. It's the
Till
parts that are
the end of it.
bolded, struck out,
White and highlighted.
yeah, and highlighted. Those are the only things that are changing. Everything else was just taken directly from the subdivision regulations.
Okay. All right. I appreciate us postponing it.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yes.
All right.
Second.
A motion and a second to postpone item F5 until our next meeting and to ensure that we get that noticed correctly. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. I paused for a moment waiting for Robert and realized he wasn't there. Okay. That brings us to item
Can I
number
just
6.
mention though, let's make sure we get it noticed and that we have our questions answered. And if you have questions, reach out to me because our 180 days from passing the one in February is coming. And so we just want to
Okay.
make sure that we don't miss that deadline to be in compliance with state statute. And so reach out to me. Janet's been very involved and has kind of taken the lead. And so just make sure that
As long as-
we kind of talk through it ahead of time so that we can move forward on the
I
next one.
agree, as long as we get it in advance.
Perfect. I just want to make you aware that we did establish a temporary ordinance
Yeah.
to make sure that we were compliant until we got this more specific ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, item F6.
I'll make a motion that we postpone action item number 6.
Second.
A motion and a second to postpone action item number 6 until our next meeting, I assume. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Josh, on to you. Item F7.
F7 is the contract for Shums Coda. This would be a second building plan reviewer. Given how many building plans we have been receiving and some issues with the building plan review of WC3, we felt it would be important to go out for RFP and maybe get an additional plan reviewer that we could use instead. Shums Coda responded with a contract. We've reviewed that contract and feel that it's fair. We would use them strictly for plan review. They've indicated that they might be able to do some inspections for emergency purposes only. And I've asked Dave Webster to be here to address any comments. He's been the one that's been in direct contact with.
Perfect. In terms of cost, I assume this is a full pass-through, correct?
I'll let Dave speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah, the way it works is when we assess the fees for the permit, a portion of it is for plan review, and so we collect the money for the plan review, and then they bill us for their portion of it, and we pay them directly. And that's what we do with WC3 also. The current rate.
Are they local?
Their office is in the Salt Lake Metro somewhere. I don't recall exactly where.
How many responses did we get to that RFP?
One.
Just one, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
And they were comparable with WC3.
I don't recall. I didn't spend a lot of time looking at the numbers. However, I believe they're less. So I don't know exactly how much, but I believe
Seemed
they're
to me
less.
like they're about $20 less than the other one.
Yeah.
Per half day or per full day, it would have been $40.
Well, and this is plan review, and also they have the option, as I recall, that we can pay them either hourly or percentage. And I'm not sure how we would decide that. I would guess it would be on a case by case basis.
So as far as the building inspections, they can do that for us also?
They haven't committed to doing building inspections. I asked them to give us a bid on that, and I believe, I don't remember if that made it into this contract or not, but they weren't confident that they could provide us with an inspector. It would be if they were available, we could use them, but they wouldn't commit to any specific times. And just, I don't know if you're aware of our numbers, but we're going to need help because last year, single-family dwelling units, we issued 113 permits for those. Single-family is our biggest category. 113 is about 3 times the amount we were averaging in the years before. And so far this year, as of last week, we've issued 107. So we're on our way to being very busy.
That's just in the single-family dwellings.
Right.
You still got all the others to do
Yeah,
too.
so in addition to that, I don't know the exact numbers, but we currently have a grocery store going. We have a restaurant. We have a community center. We have 2 retail outlets and proposals for several more commercial buildings, you know, in the industrial area of Mount Green. So, yeah, we're going to be very busy. So I don't know if this would be a question for Josh, maybe we'll wait for, but it feels like at some point in time there warrants a full-time position. Yes. Versus continuing to add, and maybe we're not there yet, but I don't know what your thoughts are. Right. Well, our hope was we promoted Mikkel to be a plans examiner in the hopes that she can become certified as a building inspector, which she would like to do. She's committed to be complete with her training by the end of September. So I'm not sure exactly how much she'll be able to help. There are four separate areas of certification that are required to be a fully licensed inspector, and she's working on one right now. That's the building, which would allow her to inspect probably the majority of the stuff we're looking at. Just buildings, footing, foundation, framing, those types of things.
Commissioner Fackrell, to answer your question, I have the WC3 contract pulled up for plan reviewer as well as building official. It's the current contract in front of you is $10 less per hour, and it's $5 less per hour for fire and clerical.
So it's a little more than what I said.
It's less. It's this
I
contract.
mean, it's a little less than what I had said, yes.
And I show that they do have inspector on there.
Yeah.
$90 an hour.
Yeah, And like I said, he put that in there, but he also told me that he didn't think he could guarantee us the time. Currently, I use WC3 for morning inspections on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and I have asked them to provide more, and they don't have the staff to do it.
Sounds like we definitely need to have some discussion about staffing, Josh, come budget time, so let's figure out where to go. Okay. Any additional questions here? Garrett, have you reviewed this agreement?
I have, and I only have one nitpick on Exhibit B. I think they just have an extra Y''S that could be stricken. But as far as termination, it's 15 days or immediately with cause. There's an indemnification, confidential information, everything that's provided or that they produce is owned by the county. So I think all the standard provisions look good.
Okay, perfect. All right. Let's look for a motion then on Resolution CR 24-71.
I move that we approve the resolution CR 24-71 for the approval of a contract between Shumscoda and Morgan County.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Fackrell and a second by Commissioner Wilson to approve Resolution CR 24-71. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes and is unanimous. Okay, moving on to item number 8. Josh. The Nettleton CUP.
This is for conditional use permit number 23.088, Nettleton Cobble Creek Reservoir CUP. This is for approval of the use, not the construction, of a reservoir in Mountain Green. I presented this at your last meeting. The applicant was not in the audience, and as such, there were questions that you had for him. And so you decided to continue the meeting to now to be able to question him. So I'm going to forego giving another full presentation and just turn the time over to the applicant, if that's okay with the commission.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ray Nettleton. Sorry I missed your last meeting. I missed the notification. But Jeremy forwarded me to YouTube and I listened to it. So you want me just to kind of address the 4 items I thought I heard in your comments?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. There was some talk about that Cobble Creek, which is the reservoir below the one we're proposing, being high hazard. That was built to very high standards. The only reason it's a high hazard classification is because there's homes there around it. Silver Lake Reservoir is a high hazard dam. Northwest Reservation is irrigation company's reservoir is also a high hazard. So it's not like it's imminent. There's no issue with that. Further, when as part of our packet here on page 1, item C, we held a meeting with the Utah dam safety personnel. Our engineer got with them, and they reviewed what we were proposing. And I could just read this part for you. But on October 12, 2023, Jason Bradford and Timothy BT Engineering met with Everett Taylor, the assistant state engineer. Everett indicated that the dam would be classified as a low hazard due to the fact that any dam breach would continue downstream into the Cobble Creek Reservoir, which has enough freeboard volume to contain the entire 14 acre-feet of this proposed reservoir. So I think that demonstrates that it's our little reservoir is not going to impact the larger reservoir downstream. Further, a low hazard classification does not require formal submission of plans or oversight from the Utah Dam Safety. The design and drawings would still need to be submitted to Utah dam safety, but they would be for information purposes only and would not be reviewed by the state agency. This application is attached to the memorandum. So hopefully that addresses the high hazard dam classification concerns you have. I also heard there was some concern about the diverting of the waterway. The stream, it's a non-perennial stream, flows just in the spring. And on our drawings that were done by the engineer, it's page 5. On the northwest portion of the drawing, we actually have a diversion structure, so all the drainage from that basin actually flows around through an engineered channel and bypasses the reservoir. So, you know, that addresses both the, I think that it was, Blaine, I think it was your
Yep.
concern. So that water makes it around there. We don't collect any water unless we're authorized by our water rights. I'm not sure how Cobble Creek, the one below it, doesn't have a structure like that, but we do have a structure that diverts the water around our reservoir.
So explain that to me again. You say, because it looks like where this is at is you've got kind of like two creeks that might be going into it. Am I correct in that, or is it just one?
It's really just one. It's the existing creek bed, and we just kind of push it off a little bit to the north.
And it's only in the springtime that the water comes?
Correct.
So
yeah,
how are you going to handle it during the fall?
There's no
I
water.
mean, in August, so basically you're not going to have water in the fall?
I think
The
that's
water
why it's a
that
reservoir.
serves the reservoir would be pumped from lower elevations.
Oh, okay. So you're providing pressure for everything below?
Exactly, yeah. So there's a little bit of talk about the water rights, and we do have sufficient water rights to fill it, and I'm all for deferring that to the Department of Natural Resources, that we have authorization. I think that's very reasonable. But yeah, we own a percentage of the pipeline flow, and we would pump that into this reservoir. I heard there was some talk about if you guys were to issue a conditional use permit, if it were to expire within a certain amount of time, and if you guys do that, I would just please. We don't know what we're doing in the next year or so, so if you make it just too frequent, if you could push that out for 3 to 5 years, I mean, we're going to meet all the requirements, all the engineering, all the geotechnical. That was assumed from the get-go, but I don't know when we're going to start that effort. There also sort of some talk about the site plan review. So as you're aware, there's a tank that was also approved from a previous conditional use permit. Kind of the status of that is it's been reviewed by the Department of Drinking Water and approved. It's kind of ready in a sense, and we just, when the demand comes, we'll complete the site plan. We'll re-engineer the site plan, make sure it works with the reservoir and the road works and all that. So all that stuff is pending, and again, one of the requirements was a more detailed geotechnical review. We were relying on the geotechnical study done by the tank. It's very similar topography and soils. The geotech felt it was a very low risk that it wouldn't be able to pass additional muster, but that is the intent to do again, full design. We're at like 30% now.
So the culinary water for the tank is different than the secondary water you're collecting off the mountain?
Correct, and we're not collecting any off the mountain. We're going to transfer and hold it. Technically, this is a regulating reservoir, and I don't pretend to be an expert in water rights, but you're allowed to store water up to 72 hours without having storage rights. Again, let's just defer back to Department of Natural Resources to make sure that they're all on board with that. But our water flow, if we were to pump 72 hours worth of water, it would be 5 acre feet. So that's, until we get authorization to store 14 acre feet, we would probably, want to use that 5 acre foot regulating portion of it.
So you're building this in a drainage, but the water will bypass essentially to a degree. This is really just to hold water you'll be bringing up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why would you want to do this if it's, I mean, you're going to have to pump it up?
Well, to provide pressure to the upper phases of the cottonwoods. It's at the same elevation as the culinary tank, so that same head pressure that the culinary tank is providing, we would have the same pressure with the secondary water.
Okay. Because I know before you had asked that you were going to do this so that you can have some water for your place. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Risky.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Any questions for staff?
So basically, you're going to have to end up having, it could either be staff or you, you're going to have the water rights determined before you go and start really digging or doing anything or supporting the dam. Is that correct? And you're going to have to, I don't understand how that is all going to occur when we're approving the CUP for you to be able to go ahead and put all this together.
So there's two types of approvals that are typically granted. One is the approval of the use itself, which does not mean that it's designed and ready for construction. The other approval that you would give is the site plan review, which is the construction drawings, the state certifications. And so there's other state departments that are going to review this. You don't necessarily have to be an expert on water rights to understand and be able to give an approval for a reservoir. That's kind of where the state Division of Drinking Water and the other state departments come in. They're going to do their review. They will either issue a certification for it and give him approval, or they won't.
And this is for both drinking water and secondary water. Is that correct? Both of them?
So
You
the
got
tank, the CUP for the tank was already
already
approved
approved.
a year ago, and the construction drawings for the tank were required by Mark Miller at the time of the design, or for the conditional use permit. This conditional use permit, because there's additional state requirements and certifications, Mr. Nettleton requested that he get approval of the use before he expends the money to design.
Okay, any additional questions?
My recommendation for the timing would not be for an expiration of the conditional use permit, strictly for a 1 or 2 year review, where Mr. Nettleton would come back and give you an update on where he is in the process. If he thinks it'll be 3 or 4 or 5 years down the road, I would still recommend a 2 year review, just so he can give you an update. That would be my recommendation.
It looks like you included that as condition number 11, correct?
That's correct.
So in our recommended motion, if we just say with the conditions listed, that's in there.
Yeah.
The recommendation you just gave.
Yeah, let me just double check.
It specifies a 1 year and then just says the next review shall be after that, so I don't know if you want to amend that to
Yeah,
be
if you want to
1
amend
year,
that to a 2 year.
Okay, do we have a motion on this item?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion we approve the Nettleton Cobble Creek Reservoir CP application 23.088, identified by serial number 07-005-106-02, and parcel ID number 00-0066-8844, located approximately 3,000 feet southeast of the Mountain Green Elementary School in unincorporated Morgan County, based on findings and with the conditions listed in the staff report dated July 16, 2024, with the condition that the 1-year review time be changed to 2-year review time.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, honorable.
Seems more appropriate.
That does seem appropriate.
Yeah, that does for him.
Does make me feel a little uncomfortable because typically that's just Honorable Judge Hyde,
Honorable
or
Judge.
you know.
Well, maybe this is a
got-
foreshadowing compared to the future. His long-term future.
So, with this one, this is more of just a correction, and my computer died. So, Jeremy, if we could go to the next page, go one more, please. Okay, under paragraph 4, talks about subletting, and it says that the lessee shall not assign this lease or sublease the premises in its entirety without prior written approval of the county commission. So that has been a challenge with some of these airport leases because people, will do their deal and then come ask for permission after the fact. I think it's good that they're coming to ask for permission, even though it's technically a violation of the lease. Here, if you go down to the assignment and assumption, which I think that what we're looking at, if you keep going down, it should be a separate document.
Next one down.
It talks about that it's effective as of July 22nd of last year. And so that's when they did their deal. And now we're just giving that consent. So this assignment and assumption of lease in Morgan County consent, this is a document that I created a while back when they were first doing this. And basically this is just the agreement between, you've got both, oh, thanks Jeremy, you're awesome. Okay, looks like I'm gonna get power back. All right, so this is, so D.D. Cooper Properties is the signer under the prior lease that we were just looking at, and Winnie's Hangers LLC is the assignee who's taking on and assuming all the terms of the lease. And so, even though they did their agreement, we're still saying that this is effective as of that date, and now the county, if we go down to the next page, Jeremy, it'll show, or actually 2 pages down, I think. One more. This is where the Morgan County gives the consent to assign that lease. I've spoken with the assignee who's receiving it, and they've already been paying the rent under the lease. They are familiar with the terms of the lease. I answered their questions. I don't think that it's, there were no red flags as far as Morgan County's consent. And I know that there will be a few more coming that people have reached out to me on, and hopefully we'll be able to start getting it prior to them executing their agreement or concurrently that we're consenting, so that we can follow the paragraph 4 subletting terms of the original lease.
Sounds like a good solution to the problem. So thank you.
So, a question I have for you, if I may. Do we have any penalties to the original person for subleasing it before they got it approved? I mean, we do that on building permits.
So there aren't any penalties written into the lease itself. And I guess when they're paying 16.3 cents or whatever per leasable square foot, I don't know. It's
minimal.
It is minimal, so I don't know. I think that if we wanted to put it in future leases, that's something that the commission could consider. But I don't know that we had the same issues with the assignment and assumption before the last infrastructure project, where people got in on the ground floor and then kind of built it and then assigned it after that point. And there's no more, there's not a chance to do that unless more property is acquired.
I think my thought would be if we have something that has them hold it for a certain period of time instead of, because I feel like there's a kind of a thought of people from WPR are going to come in and they're going to want these hangars and we can make a lot of money on this. So I don't like the idea that we do things so cheaply for our residents for them in turn to turn around and try and profit on the situation. That's just my personal feeling.
And is there any way that we have a clause within the original lease that we can go and change anything in the next 30 years? Because those are 30 years. It's just unreasonable.
Well, it does allow for amendments, but there's two parties to the agreement, so there
Is being maintained. There's not a damage to the county, so to speak. So I'm not sure why we would want to go
This wasn't that
try
kind
to
of a
strong
deal.
arm that kind of a deal.
This wasn't that kind of a deal.
Yeah.
This was actually done during the building process. So
It was really early on.
but I would say that the leases that are signed right now, it's
So-
how they are. I guess if someone were to do that, and they did it before approval, we could say, well, you violated the terms of the lease, so the lease is expired. And then if someone did come in, they'd have to negotiate a new lease with the county. But once again, I think that we would just put in the exact same lease as before because everyone's on the same square footage, CPI, for inflation, the increase. Everyone's on the same schedule now, I guess is the way to phrase it. And the county can't pick and choose who to charge more to. We treat everyone the
It's just
same.
it gets into the point of a commercial operation. I mean, sure, it may not be commercial, but it's commercial for the person that built the building and got it at a cheap rate for us, and now it's become a commercial enterprise. And, that's in violation of the lease.
Well, the restrictions on commercial activity are specific, saying that you can't do commercial activity in this phase of the airport, except if you're subleasing a portion of your hangar, then that's not considered commercial. I think what you're saying is that it's become profitable, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's commercial. It's profitable for the original lessee, but it's not commercial.
I don't know, if I own a home and I rent it out, that's commercial. I'm
But
just being-
if
I'm
you have
just
a
being-
lease that says for purposes of this lease, it won't be deemed
That's true.
commercial if you
Hey.
sublease a portion of the hangar.
Yeah.
But I think what you're saying is selling it to someone else, selling the hangar. Well, anyone can sell any hangar, and it just depends. The market determines the price of the hangar, and we've never regulated that in the past.
I still don't like those leases. Wish I could lease a barn for that.
I think that we have a lot of documentation on your feelings towards these
Yeah, I
leases.
know you do have documentation on it.
Okay, let's
goes
look
back
for a
3
motion
years
on this
ago.
item.
But they were approved the way that it is right
And I
now
even
by a
approved
majority
it.
of the
It's just
commission.
it's still irritating. It's one of my sore spots.
All right. Let's look
And
for a
I love
motion
the
then.
airport, by the way.
Item F9, request for consent of assignment and assumption of lease regarding aircraft hangar plot GG2.
I'll make a motion that we consent.
That you approve consent. Yeah.
Make a motion, we approve consent of assignment and assumption of lease regarding aircraft hangar plot GG2 of the Morgan County Airport Master Plan.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I haven't said
What, are you gonna vote or not? If not, we're moving on. Is that an abstention?
it. I'll abstain.
Okay, we have one abstention. Motion passes. We'll move on to item F10. Kate. Resolution CR 24-72.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
maybe we take a recess.
Sure. Do 5 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes.
Garrett had to step out. That's okay. Garrett just had to step out, but
Okay, no worries.
he knows he's gonna miss some stuff.
Let's go ahead and
Okay.
get going here.
So the first one that I have for you, Commissioners, is action item F10. So HR Professional Services is who we are currently contracted with for our temporary HR service. Leslie offered to stay late, but if you wanted her opinion, but I'm echoing it when I say that they've been fantastic. They've handled everything for us down to our benefits audit, which is another action item, onboarding, just generally helping with payroll and with HR issues that are obviously outside of my knowledge. But we have capped out on the hours that you have approved for me, so I'm requesting another chunk of hours, which would be essentially another $5,000.
I'm assuming that's about a month's worth of our HR budget.
I was gonna say, don't we have enough within the budget still?
Correct.
But then we gotta have enough
This is
for
more-
the director.
This is more than 5,000.
Okay.
Because we've already spent 5,000 with them, so
Right.
I'm asking for an additional 5,000, which would put us over this, 6,000, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
All right. Look for a motion then.
I move that we accept resolution CR 24-72 approving to extend the agreement with HR Services, Inc. for additional hours of just what?
HR services.
Okay, for HR Services or support.
Motion by Commissioner Fackrell and a second by Commissioner Wilson to approve CR 24-72. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. Gotcha.
Was that an
Okay,
actual aye?
F11, Kate.
The next thing I'm requesting is, I don't know if you've been in the building recently, but we have several offices functioning with their lights off. The fluorescent lights that we have are causing a lot of headaches. Katie, your wonderful note taker over here, discovered these light film covers that instead of us replacing the lights, which is just fiscally unfeasible at this point, it's literally a film that goes between the bulbs and the cover, and it turns the fluorescent light into a natural light to mitigate the migraine and headaches. Lindsay with the Public Works Department was kind enough to walk around and tell me how many we would need, and if we included this room, that would be 117. The offices we've already redone to include Jared's and Josh Cook's. They've already been converted to LEDs, so we wouldn't need those filters. These are only for those of us that are rocking the fluorescent lights. So in order to get all 117 for this building, it would be $3,806.16 is the estimate that I requested for a bulk rate.
I'm surprised with these being about 150 years old, you can still find parts to them. That's a good deal.
But this is the cheaper option.
Okay, so
Do we have that available in our,
Non-departmental.
what about our,
I honestly, I was gonna take it out of my budget, but I only have 2,000 in
what
my
about our
budget.
capital improvement?
We probably would have it in capital improvement.
I mean, that's where I think we ought to take it. It's for our facility. We should take it out of capital improvement first. if we can.
The only thing I'm going to state is we have committed to fixing Koyan's office to bring it to the state requirement of security as she deals with locked information that no one else is supposed to see. And that is currently in progress. We have a meeting tomorrow to see if that's even going to function the way we need it to, which is why I reached out to you, Commissioner, about possibly switching her offices if that be the end need. So because those funds are committed for that, I just didn't want to, and I'm happy to come back with a budget resolution. It's just,
let's do a budget resolution.
Yeah, I'm fine with it from general fund, but if we have it in capital improvement,
Okay.
take it from there. I
So
mean,
go ahead and
we
take
put a
it-
little over 100,000 a year in capital improvement. I don't know what we've spent thus far, because we did do some renovations to offices already. Your
correct.
office.
We've done attorneys, recorders,
So we may have already spent a
planning.
good portion of that, I don't know.
We have, but I'm sorry, Brett did say that we had enough to do Koyan's, so we did go out for that. I don't know if this will take us over, so I didn't want to lie to you and tell you that we 100% have it.
What if we take it from capital improvement and we can do a budget adjustment to move some from the general fund to there if we need to whole?
I'm happy to do that.
Part of the reason I'd like to keep it in capital improvement is just so that we can track the real cost to maintain and keep these facilities. And if we take it out of non-departmental, we lose it.
We lose that.
So,
Yeah.
And then a little bit of a finicky question, but on this order summary or on the, I don't know if that's anyways, just looks like it's a PO, but anyways, it says in small print, $4,444.83, but then it's a different total.
Bulk.
Correct, because they gave us a bulk discount.
Oh, beautiful.
I will always look for a coupon.
So putting in LED is gonna cost us about what, 12,000?
Oh, that's cute.
Much more than that.
More, yeah, more like 30
Not what I looked at.
to switch all of these over.
Doing it yourself or
I
something?
took, no, I'm not gonna do it myself. I looked at the 117 panels and looked it up online, just as a quick to compare. I'm not saying let's do it, because I'm saying this here is probably better, but I'm also looking at our energy costs, because we are spending a ton
On what
on
cost?
this building.
Energy costs? So this room alone has 46.
Okay.
So that's 46 times 2 light bulbs, 46 setups.
I'm just going based on your 117.
Right,
I'm just,
and that's included in the 117.
And so if that includes this room, I'm just saying, is it better for us, energy cost savings wise, to just change everything out? Because we are gonna be here for a few more years, at least. And changing that
I'm happy
amount
to look
on.
into that.
Okay.
What I would ask is, because the migraines are now, can you give me a price range where if it's less than X, that we go with one version versus the film? And I will tell you, I did not include 8 of the lights that are in the recorder's vault, because I didn't view that as a working area that would cause an employee a migraine. I know they go in there a lot for books, but these are $37 a piece, so I didn't view that as a need. So would you want me to include that in my research?
What if we take a different approach and look at this from more of a plan, and maybe we say we have 117 or whatever these are. Maybe we buy 100 of them and we get 17 lights replaced, or some, room worth of lights replaced, and maybe we put together a plan and say we're gonna replace lighting in one room of the building, every year or something over the next few years, and try to, maybe we do both.
Yeah.
Okay.
We solve our temporary issue at a lesser cost, and then start working on a long-term plan, because I think to come up with the funds to do the entire building at once may not be great.
May not be.
And it may be
And
too
that's
much of
all
a
I'm trying-
disruption anyway to business to try to do that all at once.
Yeah, I'd like to get a new building, but that's not in the cards right now.
We also need a fire building.
And so, there's a lot of things in the works, and we've got to just have a plan of something, but we've got to start saving some money.
And
in
I'm
those
working on
areas.
that in the budget on a 10-year plan.
Okay.
And I'm getting with all the department heads on that.
Okay.
Yeah, 10-year capital plan.
A 10-year cap plan, yeah.
Sounds good to me.
In the meantime, I would say let's approve this expenditure and get going on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, look for a motion then on item 11, F11.
I'll make a motion that we approve,
100?
well,
I was just
think
throwing
let's
that out there,
approve
just
this
maybe
budget.
Just approve it.
The 3,800.06.16 for replacement and/or filters for fluorescent lighting.
A motion, give a second.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Wilson and second by Commissioner Anderson. I think you seconded it too, but he was louder, so.
Yeah. I even did it before you, but
I
that's
know.
okay. I was
Oh, you
just
did?
softer, yeah.
That's sorry,
We'll-
hearing.
We're gonna give it to you.
We'll
all
give it
those
to
in
you, because you're
favor?
louder than me.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Item F12.
Thank you. The Morgan County Fair has made a request for a Venmo. We have denied this in the past because Venmo had not yet created a charity version, so it would have to go under someone's specifically social security number, as well as their bank account. They have now created a charity profile. This would entail us creating a PayPal account, which would link to whatever bank account, and we could set up a separate bank account specifically for this, in order for us to then turn around and create a Venmo account. Clearly was not going to do that without your approval. So that is the request on the table from the fair, is that we have a Venmo for the upcoming fair, which we could also use if ever we did the stall rental or the On Your Honor parking rentals or what have you as well.
I think it'd be good.
Have we confirmed with our auditor that there's no issue with it?
Since there's PayPal and they're bonded or they're an FDSIC, I believe, then that's where they said we were okay. If there wasn't that PayPal layer, he said no.
Perfect. I think it's a good idea. We do have a lot of requests for, people show up to do different things at the fair and they'd like to pay with Venmo.
And we also had it with the auto show too.
Yeah, and Trudy Toons, who is our current fair coordinator, she set one up for the school district. So she's familiar with how it works, and it clearly works for their taxing entity and all their bylaws. So I'm good, or motion to? Okay.
Let's look for a motion then.
I move that.
Okay.
We created.
Make a motion that we authorize to create a Venmo account for the Morgan County Fair.
I will not second.
You gotta be louder, I guess.
That's all right. I'm
You
the
can't-
sixth-
Yeah, it was halfway through the motion. We're gonna need hearing aids and louder microphones all around here.
Matt, I'm here.
Twice in a row.
That's all right. Keep
All
going.
right. Well, since he completed the motion, we'll give him the motion. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, you're not gonna abstain?
Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. Man, we're on one tonight.
Okay.
That's what happens when you have 30 items on an agenda.
This isn't even that late.
Okay.
I know. It feels late
Feels
though
late.
when you go through that many.
All right.
All right, 13.
I apologize in advance because this one makes me a little grumpy. But so we have a lot of benefit errors. Two main types. One is we're either overcharging or not charging at all, or short charging our employees for the benefits that they receive. So some of these are we're deducting from their paycheck that they're receiving a benefit, but they never signed up for the benefit. Some of these are that their payroll deduction is higher than what we actually get billed from the insurance. That's actually a lot of it. And then some of them are just over short, where the amount is incorrect. The county at this point is set to refund, and I didn't print it for some reason, $1,011.01 of overpaid. Now, the good thing is, good or bad, and I understand that every victory in HR is also a loss to our employees because it's literally their money that we've taken. But with this $1,011.01, this is money we've taken out of their check for benefits, but then we never turned around and remitted that to a vendor, so it's just sitting in our liability line. So we'll put those back on the next payroll. And then the other ones are the amounts that the employees owe because they elected for a benefit, but we never drafted it from their paycheck. So I've been trying to get with those employees one-on-one and explaining to them that, hey, your next paycheck is going to be $72 less because we never set up where you're receiving the benefit of this insurance, we aren't taking out your portion.
Is that the highest amount then? At 70?
I wish I could say that, but no.
I guess the reason I'm asking is, are we going to have some employees that are affected in a really negative way?
So that's what I'm asking, I apologize, that the county, because this was essentially a county error, this should have been audited the first pay period of the year, and now we're over halfway, that the county eat it unless it's an FSA account, since we can
That's
just.
their savings
That's
anyway.
their savings account, and we can recalculate that for the rest of the year. But on the things where, we just weren't, I think the highest one, most of the high ones are actually FSA accounts. The rest of them are, like accident insurance, where the Assurity,
is that
the Assurity
total?
one was really bad. Including the FSA, which this we won't include, it's $6,351.64. And the bad part is, in researching this today and getting with those individuals, we also found out that the county's vision insurance is flip-flopped. So the county is a 90-10 county. So we pay as a county 90% of the benefit and the employee pays 10%. When the vision insurance was set up, they flipped it. The employee is paying 90% of the benefit and we are paying 10%. So that's not included in this total. It is a mess.
Okay.
So we've already paid the invoice. The invoice is already paid, so we're just not recouping back what we've already paid to the vendor, is what I'm.
You're talking about eating past not eating forward, correct?
Correct.
Because
We're fixing it.
Fixing it moving forward.
Yeah.
Because they need to be.
I 100% agree,
paying
and all of them
what
are.
they wanted.
And I even have some that said if the county wants to recoup, like, I 100% get it. And then there's others that we
I'd love
always
to-
want
I'd
to
love know the
assume.
number.
And I can get that to you, and I'm gonna have to redo it now that I've discovered that the vision was flip-flopped. So,
So do we want to hold on this then until our next meeting and get the totals?
yeah, because it's gonna start coming out of their paycheck regardless. So it's just gonna be a question of, are we going?
Fix the past.
How to fix the past, or,
I mean, we have already eaten
Yep.
it, essentially, because we've
Correct.
already paid it to these vendors.
absolutely.
Okay.
So on the FSA, these people that have the FSA, they're basically going to be out for those 6 months.
So the FSA, for example, someone had signed up for $600 or $50 to come out of their paycheck into their FSA. We've paid $50 into their FSA every paycheck. We've never drafted $50 out of their paycheck to go into their FSA. So that is my highest one. It's $650.
So that one instead, what you would.
Oh, I take
in
it back. That's
theory
not my
do-
highest one, because I have one that should have been 58.33. So hers is 758.29.
But in theory, you would divide that over the
We would
next 6 months.
recalculate
and
it.
So
Or they can I've talked with the
Reduce their
assurance.
FSA.
We can reduce their FSA and just say, hey, going forward, we'll keep drafting, but we just won't add. And that'll be up to them, because we always want to assume that our employees are living paycheck to paycheck and that every penny counts. And I'm not trying to negatively affect them due to,
Our mistakes.
yes, the errors of, one department.
okay.
So I guess I'm putting that on your radar, and I will bring that back when I have a clearer total, probably at the August 6th meeting.
But as of this point, or last week, or whenever, you're already starting to take out the correct amounts.
It'll be the next paycheck.
Next paycheck.
Mhm.
Which is Thursday. right?
It's not this one, it's the next one,
Oh,
because they just
'cause
finished
pay
the audit
period
on
was
Monday.
just finished.
Yeah. And plus, I didn't feel right doing the budget adjustments, even though we could have done them Monday, doing their payroll adjustments without talking to them, since it does financially impact them.
Right.
So, that was my choice, and
Well, I'm glad
I'll
we're
eat
getting
it
it
if I
sorted
have to.
out.
So that, I will bring that back. Okay, the next one that Commissioner Anderson has already popped my bubble on. Is we've had a lot of, so this was brought up in ATAB. It's been brought up in our conversations with the school board, and then
And with COG.
the school superintendent's been brought up with COG. This is a very high-risk area. This is in Mountain Green. We are requesting a high-visibility crosswalk across Trappers Loop. Unfortunately, that is a state road, so that would have to go through UDOT. as we know, the vehicles coming up 167 turn really fast there. The vehicles coming down Trappers Loop are no way, shape, or form, following the speed limit. And with all the construction that's going on in that area, specifically with the grocery store, where Kent Smith Park is, how we've set up our trail, this is an accident waiting to happen. So in order to be proactive instead of reactive, I don't want to lose a student to a car accident to justify this. I would like your permission to get with UDOT to do a high visibility crosswalk. We did apply for that. It was it was identified in the WFRC Safe Streets for All comprehensive study. We did apply for it with the grant. And then in speaking with Commissioner Anderson, it looks like this discussion was had back in 2022. However, in reading their UDOT memorandum where they said they did not feel that a correction was warranted, they were talking about a traffic signal. So they would not put any type of stoplight there, but it did not speak to a high visibility crosswalk. So with your permission, I'd like to pitbull that.
So a couple things. Did we get a grant for this then?
It is not, they haven't awarded them yet.
It'll be
It's typical.
August before we even know if it's gonna be.
So.
And I'm not saying we're gonna pay for it, it's their road, but I'm just saying,
No, typically I think if they give us a grant for it, then it goes out to RFP for a third party to do this kind of review. But are you asking UDOT themselves similar to this? Yeah, I don't think it speaks exactly to the same item, but this is what they did for us when we asked about the traffic signal at that
right,
intersection. So
the traffic study.
Are we talking about having UDOT look into it? Or are we gonna wait for the grant to see if we have a third party?
I don't want to wait for the grant to come out because that won't be until next year. It's a federal grant. It won't come out until 2025, even though we may know that we're awarded it in August, but it won't come out until next year. So I am recommending we do it now.
Here's the only concern I have.
I have several.
Because traffic is so hard, because
Absolutely.
we have a lot of concerns with it, and a lot of times the traffic engineers come back and say, actually, this road, as congested as it is, can take more traffic. And you're going, are you kidding me? The concern might be that if we go to UDOT and they come and say, you know what, we don't see, I mean, they might even have personnel out there watching to see if there's kids coming up to that intersection. And I don't know if they'll see any or not, but if they say, we evaluated this, it isn't warranted in our opinion, then all of a sudden we wanted to get a grant to pay for something like this, and I don't know.
So the study part is already done, because WFRC did the study.
That's right.
So, and it was identified in
Sure.
the study. So the study portion and that expense is already done.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, I don't know that procedure. I just know, just like you guys do, public input. And their big thing is they want a high-vis crosswalk there. It's the trails users, the teachers.
So what would you be asking UDOT to do then?
I don't know if they want to, if they'll put a high-vis there, if we can 50-50 it with the county, if they'll allow us to do it on our portion of the trail. But I don't know if this is one of those forgiveness or permission things. So that's,
Well,
I'm sure you guys know
we
because you
can't do
dealt with
anything
it.
on their road, for sure.
Not
So-
on the road, but in the ditch we can.
Well, so if the study's already been done, maybe, I wonder if they do more
Yeah,
than just
what we
say,
can
well,
do-
go through our typical process to get the monies through the grant of Safe Schools, and you've already done it, you're almost there, in August you'll get the monies and you can do it then.
Well, not August. We'll find out if we
I know
get
they
it.
got, yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know that, I guess
Would it
this is
hurt
me
to
saying.
reach out to UDOT and say, hey, we've got this study that's been done.
Correct.
This is a need.
So that was my ask is.
And, you know, where
this
do we
is
go
not-
from here?
I didn't want to do that without,
I just don't see a downside to her asking.
Yeah, I mean, the
I
worst
don't
they
either.
can say is, no, we don't want to do it right now, and hopefully the grant comes through and we do it.
Yeah.
And go back to them and say, hey, we got all the money, or, I don't know what that costs, maybe we find out what it costs and we just say,
$65,000
$65,000 for a crosswalk?
for a high-vis crosswalk, because it has to have the flashing lights since there's highway traffic coming in.
gosh, I'm in the wrong business, I need
Right?
to be in the
And then maintenance on that.
selling
Yeah.
stuff to the
I think we ought to
government.
just go get reflector paint and go out and do it. Then get forgiveness afterwards. That's public.
I would contact, I think you have his
Let's ask
information, but
Allison.
Yeah.
Rob White?
Yeah, Rob White. Or I can also call Ryan Halverson and ask him to ask Rob.
I just wanted your permission.
Yeah.
Because I know once I get stuck on something,
Yeah. I think either one of us can, and we'll also contact through our regional council, maybe with WFRC or in our safety.
Speak up and make a motion, or do you want me to do it?
I'm not even speaking motion right now. I'm speaking discussion.
Oh.
So-
So you can wait for the motion, and I'll let you do it.
So,
And how much closer do I need to be? So what I'm saying is we can go, I think we need to give her the approval to go ahead and start the process going, and then we can talk to our contacts that we need to be able to, I mean, I can call a lot of people tomorrow morning.
so a little bit of a tangent, but the reason we hired you was to take action on a lot of items.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess, and maybe I don't know why we have this as an approval. If you were to call me yesterday and say, hey, oh, by the way, I called UDOT and asked them about this and here's the information, I would say, great.
Because I'm, my experience with UDOT, the first question is, where's the money coming from? And if I can't say, oh, my commission has agreed to match, or we've applied for a grant, but we may not have it. Anything that financially obligates the county, I don't feel comfortable doing without your say.
Agree with that. I feel comfortable with you contacting any agency we work with to ask questions anytime you'd like.
Okay.
That's the motion I'd like to make. That's why we hired you. I mean, and you do a great job, but anyway.
So is that a motion to say? go
Sorry,
ahead?
sorry.
Or are we not making a motion here?
No,
Matt was making the motion.
Yeah, we can make a motion.
Blaine,
You were
okay.
closest to the, go ahead and start, Blaine, and then I'll
He's
say
not
the
doing it
motion.
anymore now.
Make a motion that we have,
We have a little decorum here.
Order in the court.
that we authorize Kate to contact UDOT requesting high visibility crosswalk across Trappers Loop at Mountain Green Sinclair Station, preferably before the start of the school year.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson and a second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And Kate, you have Rob's contact info
I
in
do.
your email now.
Okay, this is a two-parter. So because we don't have HR, those of us that don't even play HR on TV are trying to navigate payroll. And one of the big questions is that obviously our sheriff staff in emergency services is very different from us desk jockeys. And they are on an 86 swing, and there's confusion as to when additional hours are time and a half and when they are straight time. So just to give you a perfect example is we had one of our deputies resign. He was scheduled for shifts, so someone had already worked their 86. We had to have them come back in from vacation to cover, and there was a question as to whether those additional shifts should have been time and a half or whether they should have been straight pay, because he did use vacation to get to his 86. In talking with our HR team and talking with other sheriff's departments, specifically on the payroll, it's pretty common that whatever outside their scheduled 86 is considered time and a half. So for us, that would be pickup shifts like this for emergency. Overtime period is obviously understood. And then things like our WPR shifts, special event shifts. So we had certain people scheduled for 4th of July, but they wanted an extra body. So that person would have normally not have been on shift.
Who
but
wanted an extra body?
That's a really long story, but essentially that organization wanted an extra person just because we had the train and we were expecting 3,000 to 10,000 people here. So we had to put out for a request. Yeah. We had to put out for a request, which a week in advance only, and try to get someone to come in on their 4th of July. So in understanding that, because we don't currently have a policy that specifies what is overtime for a deputy and what is not. I just wanted clarification for both myself and Leslie and the sheriff's department. To us, you're scheduled in 86. It's pretty much sticks the same. You're either on night shift, day shift, morning shift. If you work outside of that, whether we call you in because a deputy is sick, a deputy is injured, a deputy resigns, that's time and a half. It's automatically time and a half for special event because those are recouped unless the commission is the one that approved it, like for 4th of July, or the WPR shifts. That's essentially a pass-through. They pay us for that unless you guys waive those fees. So,
Well, even the 4th of July shift, because they could be over there 86, they still would be paid time and a half, right?
correct.
Well,
But that one specifically, so you budgeted the sheriff's office to the penny for their payroll, for their salary line. So when you waive, the resolution from last meeting waived the sheriff's standby fee for that one deputy. So that was time and a half that wasn't budgeted for because we didn't expect to have a third officer on shift.
That's the same as snow plowing.
Yeah. So,
well, and we're talking time and a half, but we also have the comp policy, so they're gonna take comp time before they take salary time, correct? Or before they take salary.
do you want to speak to that, Jim? I would have a hard time getting people signing up for event
Well,
if they're
I
just getting
mean,
comp.
I thought that was what the policy was, is that if you worked extra hours, you got comp time, not.
That's for outside your 86. Like if you, sorry, that's confusing the way I just said that. If you work an 86, and let's say you're on your last shift of the 86, and we get a high need crash, and you work an extra 4 hours past that
If
shift.
it's connected to your shift, then it's
Yes,
comp time,
then
and
it's
if it's,
comp. 'Cause
if
the-
it's not, if it's an additional shift, then it's overtime.
Correct.
That makes sense.
Why would we
Well-
not call in people if they're 86?
Jim, can you talk in the mic? Is
What-
that
yeah,
okay?
talk to
So
the
the
mic.
question is, what if we called in in those instances, someone that hasn't completed their 86?
They would still be scheduled for their 86. So we're talking, like Kate had mentioned, if we had the deputy quit, we had to cover the weekend because that would have left one deputy out on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we have to fill those shifts for events. So say they work an event in the middle of their pay period, they're still going to work the remainder of their 86. They're scheduled for that. We're just talking about anything outside of the normal schedule. Any additional requests for our law enforcement services.
So why is it confusing? I guess I don't understand.
Because we hadn't had a situation like with us losing a deputy since Leslie and I, who are not payroll people, took over payroll. And since we were getting mixed answers across the board, this is how I understand it, this is how our HR team understands it, this is how other departments have worked it. But at the end of the day, it's your budget on how we pay this out. And since that was such an oddity and it's coming out of their pay budget, I don't know what the screen just did, their FTE budget and not a special event budget where it's a pass-through or a WPR budget where it's a pass-through, it needs to, we just need clarification.
It seems to me like, that seems pretty clear to me that it would be time and a half, and I would think that the person that just quits, wages would help cover that, correct?
It helps cover it.
It
but
does
w-
help cover it.
It helps, but it wouldn't
We
take
probably
over.
ought to consider when we budget this next year to add a little bit of extra for these situations that are gonna pop up. I mean, we know there's a handful that are probably gonna pop up throughout the year.
Or like when you
We
guys
put a few
waive.
$1,000 extra in there, that would cover
Yeah.
it.
Well, like prime example, Deputy Alm had to go from full-time to part-time. We were super excited to get him back in a year, but in replacing him with one of our part-time up to full-time deputies, that full-time deputy is topped out higher than Alm. And so luckily the SRO thing will cover that, so that doesn't have to be its own budget adjustment. But when we budgeted to the penny, that it was kind of, and when you waive things like the
Well-
sheriff's fees for 4th of July.
And I know you haven't sat through a budget
I
session
have not.
yet, but there's a reason we budget to the
I'm
penny.
aware.
So, we try not to add fluff for a lot of reasons, partly to make the budget balance, but we can talk about that. It seems to me like we have a good idea of where this should be. I mean, but we probably ought to make this a written policy so that there's
Right.
not confusion down the
And
road.
Janet is working on that. It was
Okay.
just, we wanted to clarify it before another pay period went through, because if we had to correct something from the pay period we just processed, we need to get that done before we send it out.
So basically, these employees, they took their vacation time, they still got vacation time, and then they worked an additional amount, instead of taking their vacation time back to be able to be used at a later time.
Because then they wouldn't have got time and a half for coming in.
Well, yeah, anybody come in for time
That's
and
the
a half.
incentive.
Yeah.
I get the
And that's the
incentive.
hard part is-
Sometimes we need the carrot, right? So
Right.
that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Right, and I don't mind that.
They
It-
are so deep, and at least we're almost fully staffed in our sheriff's office, but it's still, that's
So
not a
we're
deep
still
deck.
short one or two now?
We have
One
one
more.
opening, yep, for a part-time, full-time.
Time, okay.
And it is discretionary. I mean, and I think that's why there is so much wiggle room or some questions, is because not everyone does it the same, and everything that was researched online, it doesn't require, FLSA doesn't require one way or the other. And so I think that that's why they're looking for the clarification. And if everyone is kind of on that same page, then that gives direction to my office on how to help draft that policy.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, as long as it's only the special occasions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
we
is
try
not-
to use comp time when we can. We're just looking at like our reimbursed special events if we can.
And they do, and he's been really good about tracking comp time, so we don't have what we had before. I just gave him a report. His highest person, I think, is sitting at like 42 hours of comp time, but he's about to take a vacation, so they're trying to earn it and spend it in the same year, so that it's not
That's good.
an issue.
That's
And Jim's
good.
been really great about that.
Appreciate your work on that.
And then, so the second, thank you for the clarification. And then second part of that is, in talking to the school district back on this, at this UDOT, talking to the school district, talking to parents and talking to ATAB, the scariest time of year on our roads is the week that school goes back into session. It's like people completely forgot how to drive in a school zone. So I spoke with, and another sidebar, Meg, who is one of our amazing deputies. She got the highest number of community accolades, and mostly for her work in protecting our kids in the crosswalk area. I can vouch for myself. I've gotten the reminder flash when I come into a school zone a little too hot, and I'm very grateful for it, but she's gotten a lot of compliments for that, and because of that, she was chosen to be the additional deputy that is going to the sheriff's conference, and we're excited that she gets that opportunity. So in talking with her also on this, kind of drafted a best case scenario plan of how we can get people back into the flow of back to school, and that is going to take additional staff. We'll have the 2 SROs, we'll have the people on shift, but even if we could have some of the office staff just sitting there doing the light flashes.
You mean, what do you mean? You're gonna have the extra?
Okay, so we have 2 SROs right now,
Right,
which
and
we
then the
might
2
possibly
officers.
have 3
Okay.
come school district, we don't know. So we'll have those that will be able to follow the buses. Because
Okay.
we have a lot of issues with people not understanding proper protocol
Okay.
around school buses loading and unloading children.
Okay.
So we'll have, the way it's set up is right now, one.
They can't figure out that big stop sign.
No.
Yeah, they
They
can't, they don't
cannot.
even look.
So,
Trust me, I know. They get
one
really-
patrol deputy can follow 2.5 full school routes. So if we have 2 SRO, that's 5 routes that they can follow. If we have 3, even better. And that's again, just to protect the buses and the kids getting on and off as they travel. And this is just for that
1
first
week.
school week. And then
What's our overall, how many extra people and what's our cost?
we would need a max of 2. If we can't use the office staff, which when I think office staff, I'm thinking Jim and Corey, just sitting out there like Meg does and just flashing lights if you're coming up on a school district. Our scary spots are in front of the middle school and in front of the elementary school. It's just
In the city or in Mountain Green?
both.
Both.
So we have.
So we just need 2 people for all 4 locations?
So we will already have someone following the bus. So in theory, we have, and we also already have crosswalkers. And that's, remind me who is in charge of the crosswalkers? It's not us, the city.
does it here.
The city's in, so now that Mountain Green needs some, there's a question of how that's gonna work, and they're working on that. Because it's becoming such an issue. But, back to your original question, if we could, it's mainly if we can get everyone just for that week on staff, enough. But if there's one call out or one accident, we're one short. So there may be a potential of requesting one additional, maybe that. However, we're talking about an hour and a half in the morning and an hour and a half in the afternoon, and not all of our deputies live in the city. So just wanted to put this on your radar, that it's something we'd really like to get in the habit of doing at the beginning of the school year. And I can get you a better idea on cost, because the school district is still working right now on what they're gonna do as far as crosswalks, specifically the Sinclair spot right now, up in Mountain Green, because that is a terror area. So
this, I mean, we just talked about being able to budget every year.
I hear ya.
This was definitely not
budgeted.
included, so
Correct.
once we get the amount from you, we can say, yeah, that.
Yeah, I just wanted to put it on your radar since school starts back up August 20th. So we'll only have
Yeah, we
2
definitely need to
commission
get
meetings
this
before then.
verified.
So, and then we still don't know yet if they're gonna require a 3rd SRO. We're still waiting to hear on that from the state. And we still don't know yet how or if Mountain Green is going to, or the school district is going to address the need for crosswalk guards in Mountain Green. Because right now the city does that for them. So,
Do we have even kind of a ballpark idea of cost for this? Because I'm thinking if we wait till our next meeting, that doesn't give you a whole lot of time to try to schedule people. You know, that's less than 2 weeks probably. So worst case scenario,
see, if we
$50
can
an
budget it in
hour
advance,
times.
then we can count it as their 86. But it's just I need buy-in before
And
we
this
get the
is
schedule
something,
out.
if you approve, I guess we could do a budget amendment next quarter for the, I think worst case scenario.
Seems like it'd be 1,000 to 1,250.
Right.
Yeah, it's not, we're not talking a tremendous amount. I would just assume that we kind of give the go-ahead on the cost-wise, and you work it out, than
Okay.
waiting, because Jim needs as much time as he can
Yes, he
to
does.
get somebody that agrees to do it, right?
Right.
Like,
And it could be.
so
like
we're
maybe
talking
Cole
probably, yeah, somewhere between
part-time
1,000 and
hours.
$1,500.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because Cole's on our ARPA grant.
one
It's
of
our part-time.
one of the things that, I mean, I think it's a good idea for the sheriff to take some of those days
Yeah, we
and
do
let
that.
the
Oh, they
people
do.
We do
let
that
the people
anyway.
know, because I want to tell you, at the 4th of July he was out there, and it was neat for people to see our sheriff and to be able to you know, get to know him. And he's very, very nice.
Just be grateful he's not here tonight because he's sick and germy.
Oh, well, I want him to stay home at that point. But no, I'm just,
That anyway, this would just be additional help to
yeah, because I think it'll be good.
the response.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, my recommendation would be that we approve the financial end of it, you know, up to, I don't know, $1,500, $2,000, something like that.
We may not even need it, but at the same time.
I don't see it being any more than that.
Okay.
Okay, we'll look for a motion then on item F15B.
Make a motion that we approve up to $2,000 additional funding for deputies for back to school week. Where's that coming from?
I think we still have enough in our,
FTE budget.
yeah, our, it's not services.
Non-departmental?
Non-departmental.
Coming from the non-departmental fund.
Okay.
And are you gonna address the payout?
I just needed clarification. We don't need an action on that one.
It was just a direction, so.
Or we will come back with a policy.
Our policy, yeah. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Did you already second it?
Nope. I'm waiting
You
for
were
Matt.
thinking about it.
Nope. I'm not gonna second
Oh,
or.
he's mad about it.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion.
And he
by
needs to
Commissioner
speak into the
Anderson and a
mic.
second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Be the Biden whisperer.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, Kate.
I'm gonna mute your mic. Anyway, the very last thing is, our rec department has been talking with the city about leasing Riverside Park, for using it for our rec department. Talked to Ty and he's on board. But the county, since there is a fiscal impact, we would be maintaining the building, which obviously would be the bathrooms, and then painting our own lines and maintaining the dirt for the ballpark. But the city would still be in charge of watering and maintaining the grass. So before I got legal involved in the hoopla of doing interlocal, are you supportive of this? There, to my understanding, and talking to Ty and talking to him again at COG, he was not expecting this to be a financial transaction. It would just be an interlocal for use.
So would it be the recreation department that would maintain the building and the dirt and the landscaping?
It would be recreation
This
department
Public
for the
Works.
last two, but probably the building would fall under our public works or our parks and recreation budget.
Brett aware of this?
He is not probably,
That doesn't even get used.
but it will if we have it in our portfolio.
It gets used
ball
for the
field.
baseball time throughout the year.
I haven't seen them serve burgers out of there forever, but.
Have they? I didn't know they do that there. I just used to watch the
I think it
league.
was just bathrooms, but I'm not gonna say
So is that the
'cause I was
main
told building.
bathrooms?
Oh, well, the bathrooms are a separate building. The building
Yeah.
right behind the backstop
I was just told-
a kind of a kitchen. They did burgers and.
Oh,
Sounds like we need some clarification on
Right.
what building and maybe what the expectation is in terms of time to do that.
What maintenance they want.
Yeah, what type of maintenance, because we also need to clarify or verify that we have staffing to do that, or what it would cost to hire
Well,
staff.
Right.
And
Which
I think
buildings,
for
what
use of the
maintenance?
facility, it's definitely a great deal. We just need
Mhm.
to make sure we understand what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, which buildings, what maintenance, and you said timeline?
Well, just what we think that's gonna take time-wise to do that maintenance, so
Okay.
that we can go to Public Works Department and say, do you have the staffing, or do we need to hire additional staffing?
We are always hiring.
Overall, really appreciate the city being willing to work with us to
Yeah,
try
it's
to
great.
find a solution. So,
Okay,
It's a good thing.
certainly gonna be cheaper than building a new ball field at this point, so.
so yeah, I did,
so do we have our equipment to go and line the
We do.
field and all that?
Yes.
Okay.
and we
And-
now have the ranger, thanks to Commissioner Wilson.
Okay. That brings us to our commissioner comments section, and Commissioner Anderson, you are first on the list.
I've got just a few items. I heard back today that a permit was granted for the UDOT for the subdivision off of the road just down from the Sinclair. And if you remember, there was an email submitted probably a month or so ago that talked about a storm drain special service district. I know Commissioner McConnell and I were like, yeah, I don't think we want to enter into that, and I don't think anybody else did either. But made a few calls to UDOT and their staff, and we were able to get through that. So they gave a permit to that resident. So I think I forwarded the email. If not, I'll check. But they want to look into an agreement eventually that says what happens if these subdivisions come in and the stormwater fails, or if the detention or retention fails and comes onto our infrastructure. How would that work? And I said, yeah, of course we would look at that. But very nice to be able to avoid a special service district for storm drain. A few weeks ago, did a service project up at the rifle range, and maybe Commissioner Wills can back me on this, but when we were up there cleaning up everything, we had John Harrison with Public Works come and help us with some materials to help. We put a new door on the clay pigeon thrower. There was a few concerns that was brought up. One was the fee. We still think the fee is quite low, and the reasoning behind that is, well, it's not, the people that use that really use it roughly. They leave a lot of garbage. They damage a lot of things. So one thought was, well, should we raise a fee a little bit? Would that help? But the main thing I wanted to bring up with this is the clay pigeon thrower. I don't know if you've seen it. I think it holds, I don't know how many it holds. It's a big one, but it's very old, and they have to repair it. John said he's up there almost every week repairing it. So he sent over an estimate for about $9,000. I don't think we've sent it out to get other estimates for a new one to replace it. So just wanted.
He's gonna have to go up a lot.
Just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm interested to see how many hours John spends up there, and we could say, hey, if we get a new one, then it'll eliminate him spending all this time up there. So next item would be the FEMA study that CRS is working on. They're meeting with us. We're going to set up a meeting next week. And if you remember, that's the study from basically the dump or city boundary there at the dump all the way up to the far end of our property up above the pickleball courts. So I'll let everybody know, whoever wants to attend that meeting. Just forwarded you an email on the trail and field estimate so we can start discussion on that for design. And then I had it on my items, but Kate already mentioned who would be paying and how that would work for a crosswalk guard. That was brought up in our COG meeting, so that's something I'll start to look into. That's all I got.
Wonderful, thank you, Commissioner Anderson. I've got just a couple of items, and this has been mentioned earlier in the meeting, but County Fair is less than 2 weeks away. Encourage everyone to participate and come eat some food and see some things and enjoy that. And just want to publicly thank all those who have spent hours and hours prepping for that. Front Street Festival that the Historical Society held in June, on June 1st. They've reached out and said they're interested in trying to do that as an annual event. They have spoken with the city. The city has agreed to pitch in some funds towards that. This obviously is not an action item now, but just wanted to get your thoughts on whether the county's interested in pitching in somewhere between $3,500 and $4,000 a year in order to sponsor that event each year.
Did they use that much this year?
They spent about $5,500 total, but they're hoping to do more advertising and a little more to try to build it up a little more. So we can have more discussion about that. They reached out to me today about that. So. I think that's about it for now. Oh, just as a heads up, Wasatch Integrated Waste is looking at ways to deal with some increase in costs for our waste disposal, so there may be an increase in trash costs. We won't know that for a few more months, but we may discuss that come budget time. So it'd be fairly minimal, but just want you to
What
know.
about the other program that they talked about? What about the other program that they talked about?
That's still going forward as
you know,
well.
the recycling.
And there will probably be an opportunity to defray some of those costs should we do the recycling program. So,
okay,
more to come on. That's all I had, Commissioner Fackrell.
Of course, the 4th of July, everybody that was there, I think, enjoyed it. Everybody saw it in the paper and what happened there. I appreciate the chamber for what they did. I am not appreciative of the fact that they went against what we had said in one of our meetings. about using the fields up east of the bridge for parking and for allowing people to go to the river to see things, because they had requested that they stop all the traffic at the bridge. And we had discussed in our meeting that they would have those cows removed, and they did not. And I was under the impression that, at least I was told by our sheriff, that he said that that the chamber had gone and said that the leasee of the fields would remove them if he was told to do so, and that was not a problem. He would have done that. However, that did not happen, and so I went up there and waited at the gate and let people in and told them where to park and that kind of stuff, and watched the cows so that they did not get out. Missed part of the regatta, but in the future I think we need to either have the cows removed. Of course, next year we might have a field there.
Yeah, if we can
So
create some
if
fields.
if we can get that, we won't have an issue next year. So anyway, that was not a good thing on the 4th, but the rest of it, I loved what the chamber did. They did a great job, and I especially loved what the sheriff's office did. I really do appreciate that.
So you, just
They
a
were
quick
just
question.
following orders.
You had me look into that, and I was told that the lease expired the year before.
Right.
So I didn't,
Right, it had expired, but I don't know why they were there,
okay.
but
So I apologize. I mean, that was.
it's not your fault. It's not yours at all. So anyway, it was a great event. The fireworks were good that night, and I understand there were a few fires that night, even from the fireworks that we went and put on. I mean, we didn't, the chamber did. Anyway, they were on top of it, and then they had some other call-outs and so forth. But other than that, economic development, we're having our meeting coming up here in a couple of weeks, and a lot of things happening in this county. We've got the dome project. I'm hoping some more contractors go and apply with the RFP that is currently out there. And I met with one the other day, again up there, and we'll see what happens. So, but I don't know what it'll be.
Where's that posted?
It's on our website, and I sent it to the commission. To the commission?
All right, so it's just posted on our website.
I was told not to post, well, they said they could post it on some other site, but it was gonna cost us $795, and I said, no, we're already over budget.
Yep.
Yes.
So we're doing it on our own
So in the
site.
future, SciQuest is free to all government entities, so that's where I know that's where a lot of contractors look for work. I'm not sure how many look on all individuals, counties, and cities versus SciQuest. If you go in there, a lot of.
Okay,
Or
so
you-
that might
So
be.
can you post that?
I think we could.
Okay.
If you, but the only concern would be, I guess, the time frame that it's
Well,
says
it's
when it's
good until
closing.
August 1st at 2 o'clock.
Well, that's plenty of time.
That's
if we get
plenty
it
of
on
time to get enough people. Then we have 2 months to get it completed.
You around tomorrow?
I am.
Okay, we'll get that taken care of.
So, anyway, that one, I think is going good. And as you can see, we have the banner here that will be posted up, or a banner similar to this that will be posted up at the reservoir itself, the park,
That's
as
what I just
people go
gave
in.
Brett. So it'll,
Okay. All right, good. And then,
ribbon cutting.
the what?
Ribbon cutting?
Oh, yeah, the ribbon cutting. I, again, do not know the exact time. I was told it was still gonna be on the 18th, which is 2 days from now,
For what?
for the ribbon cutting of the state purchase, the property.
Oh, okay.
So they're doing that up at East Dome, or
East Canyon.
Sorry, and so that's why I was trying to get the banner, which that's what I gave to Brett. So he will have it up tomorrow so that it's up there for the ribbon cutting.
Okay, all right, good. And so that one, I'm hoping, I mean, I've sent the message off to find out what it is, and so far I haven't heard from the 2 people I've contacted. So as soon as I get that, I'll let Kate know, or I'll just send you guys all a message.
Who's putting that on?
DNR.
So have they closed on the property now officially?
That's what they were supposed to have been done by now.
That's a pretty quick process, that's great.
Yeah, it's supposed to be done. They were waiting on a signature of the governor, and that was as of last Thursday. But that's all they're waiting on. The money's been there, sitting there, waiting to go. So that's all they're waiting on is that letter from the governor. I also was contacted by the Summit Land Conservancy District, and I think that's what it's called. And there is another piece of property in Morgan County that they're doing a conservation easement on in the Mountain Green area.
In the Mountain Green area?
Summit County?
No, it's called the Summit Land Conservancy.
Summit
That's
Land.
the, yeah, okay.
That's
a different
the, yeah, it's not Summit County.
Oh.
It's Summit Land Conservancy Fund or Foundation or whatever, nonprofit organization. And that's who I went to originally for this project up here. And so that one, they are doing another one. They've got part of Wasatch Peaks that they've done. And they're doing another one down in the Mountain Green area of about, I'm not even sure how many acres, 10, 15,000 acres.
Ooh.
It's a big one.
It's a lot, it says.
Yep. So, because they're the people, the owners of that property, I'm not going to say right now in public who it is, but, and if I need to speak louder, I will. I'll try. But they're tired of the developers coming to them and asking them to sell. So they says, no, we're going to do it this way. So, okay?
Okay.
And I think there is a request to go into closed session.
You think?
Well, that's what I was told.
Who's asking for it?
Kate.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
It's only 8 o'clock. You still have another half hour.
I don't like rehashing the same thing we rehash every time.
I don't know what it's about.
Okay,
I just know we have to.
sprinklers at the Milton Park, they're not gonna get done by Brad. Can I do an RFP on that? Can I get a good quote on
You know what? Will you,
that? ARPA funds.
while we're doing it, let's have them do one on the Croydon Park too, because it's a pain to water. They try to get it out of the ditch and the system's broken, and we might as well do both of them.
So do we have rights and know where we're pulling water from both parks?
Yes. Well, I know we do on the Croydon one. I don't know on the Milton one. I'm sure we do, because we have a system
It already
there.
has a sprinkler system.
It's just not functioning right.
It just doesn't do the arena.
So we need to confirm that.
Yeah, because we need to make sure we have the water rights.
But I think that's a good idea to get a proposal at least.
And I guess the only other thing I would like to do is just kind of stoke the fire for the fire suppression. They're supposed to be giving us some numbers together so we can have
Some more discussion.
Black come up and speak to that. So we can make a decision based on what he says rather than incorrect information for the residents.
Congressman Blake Moore's staff from DC is in the state this week, so they were going to stop by yesterday. I did not see them, but they may stop by. They're here all week, so. Does anyone want to text if Rebecca
I
stops
would like
in?
it.
Sure. He does occasionally get opportunity to do like discretionary, what do they call that? The discretionary spending
Visits?
thing.
Yeah,
Is it?
and that's part of it.
Anyway, where they can do their, basically it's their pet project fund. So we've pitched the interchange to him in the past. I think we might as well pitch it again to him as a need.
Well, this is a staff, this wouldn't be.
Well, I know it's not
herself,
him, but
yeah, but it's Rebecca.
we might as well
and
keep
that's
it on
his
her.
And he may even come up again for our county fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've gone and requested that from him.
We made him show a pig last time. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty neat.
Or a lamb. It
You
was a
are
lamb,
do
it wasn't
our milking contest,
What's that?
or what is it, the crazy milking
Oh,
contest?
the
Oh,
wild
that
cow
would-
milking?
Wild cow, yeah.
That's
Are you
tough.
putting together a team for that?
Negative. I will be counting
Oh,
money.
come on.
Is the commission gonna put together a team? for
But
that?
that's cheating. I have years of experience.
So, some of us do too. Not as many as you.
Yeah.
I would pull so many muscles doing that.
All right.
I don't want to do it again.
Is that it? So we do have a request for a closed session for the purpose of discussing
Reasonably imminent litigation.
reasonably imminent litigation. Do we have a motion in that?
I'll make that motion.
I'll even second it.
Wow. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson and a second by Commissioner Packrell. Go into a closed session.
That's right.
Purpose of discussing reasonably imminent litigation. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion